Kanayo, I think you might. Okay, George, Dennis is going to sign on behalf of Afreximbank, and then we also have from the party the CEO, Driss Telmidi of Al Mahalia. Driss Telmidi, who's the CEO, will be signing this. The financing will boost the local dairy sector and the associated value chains in Mauritania and help standardize the industry. 19.6 million euros for a 100 metric ton per day dairy processing and bottling plant in Mauritania. The financing deal has been signed. The documents are revealed. The handshake is done. The deal is done. Now, moving quickly on to number 4. For this, Dennis, I'll also need you to represent. Dennis, I'll need you to represent Afreximbank for this. And I will also call from Banco Nacional de Investimentos, or BNI for short, Dr. Abdul Jivain. Dr. Abdul Jivain. Do we have Dr. Abdul Jivain with us? Could you please raise your hand, Dr. Abdul Jivain? There he is. Hello, Doctor. He will be representing BNI. And now this is an SME financing agreement between Banco Nacional de Investimentos of Mozambique and Afreximbank. And the financing will directly contribute to alleviating specific financing constraints, which we've heard about, facing export-oriented SMEs in Mozambique, and the financing will strengthen financial intermediaries' capacity, BNI's capacity, to support SMEs using Afreximbank's SME financing product, and it will help the country generate foreign currency proceeds, given that the sub-borrowers are small and medium-sized enterprise exporters operating within the agribusiness sector. And the two institutions have signed, that is the SME financing agreement between BNI and Afreximbank. Congratulations, gentlemen. Now, last but certainly not least, the final document deal to sign is the Springfield Exploration and Production Limited. The Springfield Exploration and Production Limited signing ceremony. The Executive Vice President, Kanayo, is Kanayo still with us? She's not with us. So who's going to sign on behalf? Okay, all right. And then Oluronti Dokati is going to sign for Afreximbank, I believe. And Gina Malkani is the Chief Operating Officer for Springfield Exploration and Production Limited. Do we have Gina Malkani, the COO of Springfield Exploration, with us? Do we have the second party, the second signatory with us? If you're here, please raise your hand so we can see you and know that you're in the room. Okay, the signatory for Springfield Exploration is with us, and this is a signing ceremony of the financial advisory mandate letter and heads of terms between Afreximbank and Springfield Exploration and Production. Springfield is appointing Afreximbank as its trusted financial advisor for the proposed debt raise of $750 million. The facility will be utilized towards funding capital expenditure, operational expenditure, and cash calls related to the operations of the Sankofa field. It has been signed. And the signing ceremony is done. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for witnessing those 5 signing moments in the proceedings. You've now earned your coffee break. Coffee and tea and light snacks are in the marquee, I'm told. just go out of the doors, and I believe to the right. If we could do this quickly and be back here in 15 minutes or so, just grab a bite and then come back. We have leveraging the power of science and technology in the digital era up next. I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Africa's premier trade and investment event, IATF 2023, is expected to attract over 1,600 exhibitors from more than 75 exhibiting countries and over 35,000 attendees, and is expected to generate up to $43 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2023 will once again consist of a trade exhibition where countries, large corporates, as well as small and medium enterprises, SMEs, can set up pavilions and exhibition stands which will enable them to customize their exhibition to fit their unique requirements. This offers private and public entities opportunities to showcase their goods and services. Trade and Investment Forum, the 4-day conference, will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment issues. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA and will also include training workshops covering exporting, standards and marketing. Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, will showcase Africa's creative economy in fashion, music, film, art and craft and sport. The CANEX program will include a Creative Africa Summit and dedicated creative industry exhibition, a B2B and B2G platform. The platform will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. Country Days has sponsorship opportunities and is open to 4 countries. It presents a platform for the 4 selected countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism and cultural opportunities. IATF Virtual. This platform showcases goods, services and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The IATF Virtual is currently live and will continue even after the physical trade fair has ended. The Africa Automotive Show will present a platform for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers and suppliers. It consists of an auto forum, auto show, and B2B and B2G exchanges. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa where they will showcase their innovative ideas, prototypes, goods, and services. The IATF will provide opportunities for matchmaking with venture capitalists, entrepreneurship training, networking among the youth and other delegates at the trade fair. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over $3.5 trillion created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and our premium partners invite you to join us at IATF 2023 Intra-African Trade Fair, connecting African markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Позвольте мне еще раз вас сердечно поприветствовать. Это действительно первая встреча такого масштаба. Здесь собрались представители всех 54 африканских государств и ведущих региональных организаций. Большое вам спасибо. До встречи.
So that will want to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to kick off with our next session. If you are in the foyer, outside the plenary hall. I would ask you to please come back to your seats as we get the program to continue. We have Wale Famuwera, who will be moderating the next debate. He's come in all the way from Lagos, and he is excited about getting his next panel going. Ladies and gentlemen, please will you take your seats for our next program session.
Okay then, I would invite everybody, I know it's an almost empty room here, so if you have anybody at the door, if you could call people back in, because we want to stay on time now. We have a lot in the proceedings, so without much ado, we'll go to the next session, which is called Leveraging the Power of Science and Technology in a Digital Era. I apologize for the banging at the back there. We had we had to adjust the stairs a little bit. It's just for a few minutes. It'll be over shortly. The moderator for this session, I would ask the moderator to bring your panelists up via the front of the stage, just whilst they're working over there. The session, once again, is Leveraging the Power of Science and Technology in a Digital Era. The moderator who will bring his panelists up, give him a round of applause, please. My brother from Nigeria, Wale Famurewa, who is the CEO of Muri Media.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for coming back from coffee, and hopefully the room will fill up as we continue. I'll just having a short conversation with my panelists, and we made a point that we think this is potentially the most important conversation at this year's event. Now, obviously, I'm biased because I'm moderating, right? But at the same time, you can't run away from the impact of science and technology. In fact, I dare say that with the advancements we're seeing in science and technology today, you may begin to consider whether or not this is really Wale Famurewa standing in front of you, because the technology has evolved to the point where the AI is able to assume my intelligence and speak like me, gesture like me, and then we have robots that can be built like me. It's coming really interesting what's happening now. But anyway, I digress and I come back to our theme today. So ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're going to have a very important conversation today on leveraging the power of science and technology in a digital era. Of course, we are at the Afreximbank annual meeting and conference, and there's no doubt that we'll be focused on the African Common Free Trade area. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage my panelists, starting with Brian Deaver. He is the CEO of the African Medical Center of Excellence. Please a round of applause for him as he steps forward. Thank you very much, Brian, for joining us for this. And Brian I'll just save a more elaborate introduction. I'll allow him to talk about what he does, because the African Medical Center of Excellence is actually one of the very, very important projects that the Afreximbank is driving. We also have the pleasure of His Excellency Dr. Fred Aga, former Deputy General at the WTO and Nigeria's Chief Trade Negotiator. Please a round of applause for him as he steps forward. I was just briefly distracted by my phone there. And then, of course, we have Professor Osita Ogbo, former Minister of National Planning and Development in Nigeria, and also a member of the Institute of Development Studies at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Please a round of applause for him as he steps forward. I'm told we may be having someone join us virtually, so I guess I will be prompted once that is confirmed. But otherwise, I think we're ready to begin this conversation. So I'll just go to join my panelists over here. Gentlemen.
Prof, please have a seat. All right, so I dare say there's quite a lot to unpack when we're talking science and technology, right? So before we even touch AI or any of those things, I think perhaps we should bring it home to why we're here. So we're trying to drive more trade on the African continent. So perhaps, Mr. Aga, I'll allow you to open this up. In terms of how the African continent should be thinking about science and technology in the context of driving greater intra-Africa trade. It's no secret that on the African continent, there is a dearth of focus on science and technology. We see it from the budgets of the various countries in terms of how much is deployed to that. We see it in terms of the level of engagement we're seeing with the academia in terms of driving innovation on the continent. So what are your thoughts as we try to pursue greater intra-Africa trade? How do we infuse science and technology?
Well, thank you very much. And I thank the Afreximbank for the opportunity to participate in this session. To the layman, the issue is not complicated. Trade, technology, and finance are all seen as levers of development. However, how do you make trade, finance, and technology work for you? So, my thinking is that African countries should look at what trade opportunities that are available. Where are the markets? What are the products? What are the services? What technologies will give you competitiveness, whether it's price or quality? Then you source money to invest in your plant size, if it is manufacturing, and then you can work back in terms of the logistics that you will supply your market. So in either the production unit or the logistics in getting to the market, or even what happens in your market, you can determine the technologies that you use. Even when you make reference to AI, the question would be, at what level of technology do you need? So for me, I think the challenge for us is to have a vision of where we want to be. and the way we can use science and technology to support it, whether it is in our educational system, curriculum, whether it's in learning new skills as may be appropriate, but at least we must have a trade focus, because that's where any foreign exchange, creating jobs, growing our economies should be focused.
So, just taking that further, we should have a trade focus, and I think we've agreed on that to the extent that the African Common Free Trade Area has been created. But in terms of going granular now, how do you think that trade focus should manifest? Before we begin to, if you like, layer science and technology on that vision, what are your thoughts?
Well, for a businessman, the AFCFTA is about preferences. So you need to unpack the tariff concessions of all the members. You need to unpack the specific schedules of commitments by the members in the different services sectors, about 5 of them currently. You will then identify the market opportunities, whether it is on the product side or on the services side. You will then determine the quality that these countries require, the standards that are required. It is the answer to meeting these standards and requirements that will give you a pathway to technology.
Right.
Is it existing? Is it something you need to develop on your own? I mean, these are questions that can be answered based on the preferences that you want to use, the markets that you want to target, the sectors that you think will help you grow your economy.
Right. Okay, we'll get to some specific examples later on. But let me go to Prof. now. Prof, maybe some opening thoughts on the critical role of science and technology in driving intra-Africa trade.
Mr. Moderator, you know, this subject is too important for us to be addressing an empty hall. But be that as it may, I hope that people will trickle in as we speak. I was saying earlier that, you know, science and technology is not exactly very sexy. But it is at the base of all that we do. So you are asking me a question as to how science and technology can become the foundation for improving inter-Africa trade. As a matter of fact, without science and technology, how do you even begin to trade? How do you produce what you trade? Whether it is in services or whether they are goods. Everything that you trade is based on knowledge. But the more fundamental question is who owns the knowledge, who commands the knowledge, who can deploy it, and how profitable is it in the deployment in the continent. So those are the questions. It is not whether you need. It is the quantum you need. It is the type you need. Because, let's face it, knowledge in itself also breeds ignorance. As you advance in knowledge, we're also advancing in ignorance. So the new frontiers are making people look like they don't know. And that is the reality. And so you have to decide where you want to play. Do you want to belong in the half that knows, or on the other half that doesn't know? And depending on where you play, will also determine how you deploy and use technology. So in re-engineering trade in Africa, we have to re-engineer our understanding of the role of science and technology in the production process. And that means that we need to go to the fundamentals. Capacity building, not simply consuming technology. How are we going to be players in the production of technology? I get a sense sometimes that Africans have resigned themselves as consumers of technology rather than being partakers in the production process of technology. And that is very dangerous. And I had hoped that ministers will be here to listen to us, because we have not placed this subject appropriately in our development discourse. We have paid lip service, minimal attention to this issue, because we think that someone else will produce the knowledge and technology with which Africa will develop, rather than us engaging seriously in how we ourselves are going to produce them.
I would like to stay on that point for a moment, because you clearly highlight something that I think is very important: capacity building. But perhaps that is driven, I mean, the lack of focus on that could be driven on a perception that the capacity does not exist. And so the best way to address that shortcoming is to simply just import, if you like, technology or capacity. And I want to hear your thoughts about the capacity that actually does exist in Africa. Perhaps it's underappreciated. From what you've seen across the continent, what can you say about that?
So there are two aspects to your question. One is fundamentally what I call knowledge dependence and self-doubt. And I think I've alluded to it in my earlier statement. Knowledge dependence means don't worry about it, somebody else has the idea, and you simply import it. Self-doubt is when you have your own people generate new ideas or even create technologies and you don't accept them because they are your own people. But if you came from somewhere else, and by the way, this is also not limited to technology. Africans are still heavily engaging external consultants even when they have internal capacity. So that in itself is an issue, because there are nuances, even with technology, even with knowledge, that an external party will not understand. And those nuances override the main issues that perhaps the technology has come to address. And so the point to be made is that, yes, there are some capacity, but let's be honest, we don't have critical capacity. And we don't have capacity at the cutting edge. I always ask this question. Name one world-class engineering faculty in Africa. Just one. We have a multiplicity of engineering schools, but go and check the laboratory. Go and check whether they are at the cutting edge. As a matter of fact, once we produce scientists that are at the cutting edge, they leave the continent. So capacity is an issue. If in 2012, I read the story of how this phone by Steve Jobs that we are carrying.
iPhone.
iPhone was made in China. Because Obama confronted Steve Jobs. Why did you make iPhone in China instead of the US? And his simple answer was, I was able to recruit 8,000 engineers in 2 weeks in China. I will not be able to do that in the States, even in 9 months. And there was a certain urgency because you know how Apple is. They've already announced the date, and there were glitches. And Steve Jobs drove his executives and said, listen, the date is the date, we need to get this thing out. It was in China that he found 8,000 engineers willing to work 12 hours a shift with over another, perhaps 12,000 vocational workers ready. That's how Apple made iPhone in China. So capacity at both the engineering, investment in STEM.
Right.
If you go to our universities now, I don't know the situation in Ghana, admissions are mostly into faculty of law, business administration. Not that those things are not important. But mathematics, engineering, physics, and so we need to incentivize students to begin to study the subjects that we place out as the frontier of this science and knowledge.
Very strong, solid points. And taking away from all the points you made about capacity at the cutting edge, let's hear from Brian, because I think what the Afreximbank has created with the African Medical Center of Excellence is potentially cutting edge stuff. So maybe you can first of all allow the audience to understand what this is about and how the African Medical Center of Excellence is supporting what we're talking about today in terms of bringing greater science and technology impact on the African continent.
Sure, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My experience with Afreximbank over the last many months has been a fantastic experience, and looking forward to continuing to work with them on this important project. The African Medical Center of Excellence was conceived several years ago, actually, and has culminated in a large medical center project being constructed in Abuja, Nigeria. This is currently 1 year under construction. We've got about a year and a half left. It will be, I would dare say, the only medical center of its kind in terms of the combination of therapies and diagnostics on the continent. The plan there is to bring expertise in the areas of oncology or cancer, cardiovascular, and then hematology or blood disorders. Those are gap areas that needed to be addressed. Many good hospitals, not only in Nigeria, but in West Africa. We wanted to focus on some areas that needed particular attention. The technologies that we're bringing include radiotherapy. We not only have 2 linear accelerators coming in, we have a cyclotron, which will produce radioactive isotopes. There is currently 1 small PET scanner in Nigeria that is open 1 day a week. Ours will be open consecutively, permanently. And to have a PET scanner, which for those who aren't aware, it is a CT scanner, but it allows cancers to light up. And we can detect them much more easily and sooner. To operate those, though, requires radioactive isotopes. And so we're bringing in a cyclotron which produces radioactive isotopes. And it will not only handle our needs, but the needs of anyone else who wants to bring in a PET scanner in the area. We'll be able to provide them with those materials. Some of the things that we'll be doing with blood disorders, we will be working with a stem cell lab to not only treat sickle cell, but to cure it. Leukemia, cardiovascular needs. The technology that we are bringing in will allow us to, in real time, monitor blood flow in and out of the heart.
So sorry to jump in, Brian, but there's a particular aspect of what I think the medical center is going to be doing, which I think is very important for this conversation, and that is the research and development possibilities and potential engagement with corporate Africa in terms of getting some of these solutions, some of the advancement in knowledge that will be seated in that institution out there.
Yeah. So to address the business aspects of it, we've gotten a tremendous amount of interest from not only companies in Nigeria and West Africa, but they are interested in investing. Some that you might not expect. NNPC, the Nigerian petroleum company, is set up to be one of our biggest investors. They're also set up to be one of our biggest sources of referrals. Along with their 20,000 employees, there are a total of probably 100,000 when you consider dependents and children. How else can I answer the question you're asking?
Okay, so let me give you an example, and maybe this will help. So from the little I've been able to gather in terms of some of these type of partnerships, academia, PPP, if you like, partnerships, we have in the Hebrew University of Jerusalem partnerships that are taking, of course, scientific discoveries to big pharma in that country and across the world. We have, I understand that that university on its own is responsible for thousands and thousands of patents. So I'm just wondering, to what extent would this institution support those type of partnerships?
Oh, yeah. Well, we just had a meeting last night with some representatives from Johns Hopkins in the U.S. My team and I are in the process of introducing ourselves and meeting with the administrations of several of the major medical centers in the area throughout Nigeria, but also in West Africa. And that includes introductions to the universities that we will be collaborating with. Now, part of what we are doing includes an education and research component. So there will be a medical school for training doctors and nurses, but there will also be clinical research, clinical trials. So we'll be working with pharmaceutical companies to test medications. Something that's not quite apparent is the genomic work that was done for Europe, done for Asia, done for the US. As you go to the different areas of the world, the genomes change just a little bit. There's a lot of work to do here on the African continent. And so we will be able to work with the pharmaceutical companies to make those adjustments that allow medicines to be metabolized properly for the African people.
Sounds quite exciting. Yeah. Okay, we just had someone else join us on the panel.
The advisory board of New African Capital Partners. We apologize, Mr. Gomez. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. And we're great to hear your perspective on this topic. So maybe I'll allow you to share a few words and then we'll go deeper into this.
Well, I don't know if I missed some of the part from
you didn't miss too much.
My colleagues.
We're essentially trying to see how we can leverage science and technology to drive greater trade on Africa.
Yes, so I had a long discussion in the past on how should we try to be kind of more practical in terms of leveraging this knowledge. And how do we really map out where to focus on this partnership?
Right.
And I think that based on my experience, I think the key is how to map out some very key institution of excellence and create a network of those institutions of excellence. And kind of focus on resources we could allocate to those institutions. There is a kind of an alphabet soup of institutions that we have now in the continent, poorly funded on many occasions. And I think that there is a time now to kind of map out those that are really linked to what we are trying to do in terms of leverage for prosperity and channel the resources to that. That's the first thing. The second thing is that there are some experience in which you have, I would say, African multinationals who can be also depository of some of type of institution inside those institutions, those companies. I'll give you an example of what's going on, for example, with OCP, which is the Moroccan phosphate and fertilizer institution, and how they have managed to create an ecosystem with university and center of excellence, very much linked to the nature of the business. Because I think one of the key aspects, I think, as we move forward as African in our process of transformation is how do we keep learning? There seems to be a situation in which we learn, we go to university, and someone was talking about this earlier. We go to university, and then we start working, and then we stop.
Right.
And I think the key now is how do we keep people learning during the whole process? And institution of excellence and on research can help to make sure that we keep people in a constant process of learning, even in their own company. And this can be an incentive to the private sector, public-private sector institution. And finally, I think it's important for us also to look at the context. I think a few years ago, when we were pushing about this network of center of excellence, we didn't have the level of digital intelligence that we have now.
Yeah.
So now that we have this massive digital intelligence in which machine also will play an important role, which is a kind of a combination of algorithm and the machine, how this will impact institution of excellence and learning. And I think we need to kind of step back and look at it, because a major change is taking place, and this will require probably rationalizing those institutions and see, again, how we focus resources to make them optimal. So I will stop here.
I think the last point is very important, being able to aggregate and harness that machine learning capacity and intelligence. But the first point I think is also very important, which is being able to identify those centers of excellence. So as I go back to you, sir, I want to get your perspective on that. As we try to map out how we want to make the Africa Common Free Trade Area blossom as a true free trade zone that benefits the entire continent, I want to hear your thoughts about how we infuse these centers of excellence thinking around how we infuse science and technology into all of this. Yes, well, it's for you. Yes, go ahead. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Look, technology, like most phenomena around us, has risks and opportunities. In today's world, technology is pervasive in all aspects of our lives, from the time you wake up to the time you sleep. So the issue for me, and I think is what we should advise ourselves, where does the role of government fit in? When we speak of free markets, I want us to be, there's nothing like a free market anywhere in the world. We are talking about markets with rules. If you go to our big brother, you can't even design a product and use it. You need a permit. You need who to sell it to. All these are regulated. So, government, from a trade policy point of view, like I said earlier, needs to determine which sectors will be best for development or for economic growth. Then, whatever technologies you now use, including even the use of artificial intelligence, would now need to be regulated. Because at the end of the day, the issues to address, what value added is the technology bringing? The technology must be people-centered, because if you automate too much, in Africa, for example, you create unemployment. If you automate too much without regulation, like we were hearing about the African Center for Medical Excellence, what happens to the nuclear material that you are having? So you need to have not just a regulatory framework, but also the institutions that will manage how these technologies are used.
Right.
And who the products can be sold to. And the research institutes or curricula from primary school, secondary school, all the way. If you look at many of our developed countries now, children are being taught coding in nursery school. When in most African countries, people have learned computer science in universities without access to a computer.
Moment for deep thought there. Right, thank you. By the way, I would like to open this up to the audience in a moment. But before that, perhaps, Brian, maybe you can chime in on lessons from other parts of the world. You know, we're trying to layer more S&T on to what we're doing in the African continent to make the free trade area work. What can we learn from other parts of the world, from where you've seen technology applied to business and driving economic developments in general?
What I've heard my fellow panelists talk about this morning is the fact that science and technology are tools that can be used to enhance the trade that we seek to engage in. As about 17 years ago, I met a man by the name of Jim Collins, who wrote probably one of the greatest books on organizational transformation that I've ever read. And the book was entitled Good to Great. And that's kind of what we're talking about here, is taking things that are pretty good and making them great. And the first chapter of his book was entitled First Who. And what he was referring to was leadership, and who is really driving the bus that we're on. He talks about level 5 leaders, ones that are both humble and extremely driven with a strong will to get things done. The things that I've seen work in other areas of the world, lots of companies have technology and science. In Jim Collins' book, he studied 1,453 Fortune 500 companies. 11 of them, 11 met the criteria that he was looking for, which was 15 years of average to poor performance, followed by 15 years of superb, sustained performance. Only 11 out of 1,453, and the common denominator was the leadership involved. And so as we talk about science and technology, it cannot go with talking about people and who is going to be driving that. I'm from Texas, and in Texas we have a lot of horses. And we can have some of the fastest horses, best performing horses, but at the end of the day, who was the jockey? Who was the guy riding the horse?
Right.
And so if I could add one thing that we look at as we invest in science and technology, it would be investing in world-class leadership. And you talk about how we infuse science and technology in the corporate environment, embedding some of those world-class leaders in our learning institutions is one of the best places to start. We can talk about the need out there. We can generate excitement around science and technology, but then we have to keep them. In 2018, Africa had 16 million students enrolled in higher learning. For comparison, the US only had 21 million. Very, very close. So we are training our people on this continent. We are producing them. We must keep them. And one of the ways we keep them is making sure that they are able to earn a living, provide for their families. And then as the governments help us to clear a path for business to come in and make use of the science and technology, the jobs will be available.
Got it. Prof, you wanted to chime in there?
No, this is a very important point, and I wanted to make it even more direct. There is a certain advantage that backwardness confers on a nation. When you are backward, it means you are operating way, way, way below the production possibility frontier globally. What that means is that, like I said in the session yesterday, there are a lot of settled technology. You know, people keep talking about R&D as if you're going to go to the lab to now discover how air conditioners are made, or how cars are made, or how so many of these things are settled. It is the exploitation of the settled technology. That's where the growth comes from. And that's what China did. But you need to have capacity to be able to re-engineer, to adapt, to recreate. If I give somebody who studied engineering a machine, a microwave oven, can the person tear it apart and recreate it, and in the process learn? That capacity is needed because technology exists. You need to build engineering, science, and technology capacity to be able to recreate. The reason why developed countries don't grow at 6-7% is that they are the frontier. They have to do new research. We do not have to do new research. We have to just exploit what already exists. And if I may, because you asked for examples from other countries.
Right.
I was just reading recently. All of us are familiar with the new speed train that China deployed from Beijing to Guangzhou. China didn't have the know-how. They tried severally and failed. What did they do? They went to Germany, Japan, and France and said, we need help. Let me talk about France. In France, they ordered 60 sets of the train. But listen to the story, the important part of the story. They said, you will bring only 3 completely made. 6 you will bring in parts, and our engineers will assemble them in China. The rest you will have to manufacture in China. Out of 60, 3 only came complete, 6 came in parts, which Chinese people assembled. The rest was manufactured in China. I'm sure you can guess the conclusion. By the time they finished this process, they have already mastered the process of recreating this technology on their own. The African president will go and sign an agreement for 60 trains, will allow China to bring all the employees to assemble it, will ask them to stay here and run it, because the thinking is Africans just want a train. They are not interested in reproducing the train, which is a fallacy. And so, for us, I was here in Accra a couple of years ago, and we were discussing economic transformation. And I insisted that if we are going to discuss economic transformation, it must include a measure that that African nation has a capacity to create, recreate, own certain parts of technology. It's not a matter of you just take in, you consume, electricity is here, you don't know how it is generated. You mentioned Hebrew University in Israel. Hebrew University is the painkiller of Israel, Israeli government. If they have headache, Hebrew University. If they fracture their leg, Hebrew University. They have 10,700 patents, one university. Total African patents, not up to 2,000. So you begin to understand, that's why Israel is the startup nation of the world. Because there is a belief in that institution, there is capacity in that institution, they have re-engineered the institution in such a way they have relationship with the private sector, such that what is being produced here has a home. Right now, the gap between those who are researching and inventing and those who are able to take them up is so huge. And that is why leadership comes in. Science, technology-led development is a leadership endeavor. Take it or leave it. America went to the moon because John F. Kennedy said so in 1962 at Rice University in your Texas. He didn't have complete knowledge, didn't know what he was talking about. But that's the power of vision of a leader. That before the end of that decade, America will land somebody in the moon. And in 1969, July, they did. The power of a visionary leader. He now put together assets for that purpose. Why is Cuba the leading producer of vaccines in the world? A study was done that showed that Fidel Castro, when he was alive, in some of the vaccine projects, was stopping by the laboratory every day on his way to work to ask, what do you need? What do you want? COVID came. Cuba is able to produce their own vaccines. So COVID has taught us that you cannot always depend on someone else. You need to have the capacity to produce certain things for yourself.
Thank you very much. There was a lot in there. We have just about 5 minutes to round this up. Mr. Gomez, maybe you can take it up from where he left off and maybe continue to
I think he has
on
made
this point.
very good points. And there are some common elements that I think he has underlined. A lot of depend on the mindset. And I think we have an issue of mindset to solve as African. And that's difficult to quantify, difficult to grasp, but it's an important element that combined to leadership can take you quite faster where you're going. The second thing is I think we need to focus because the way we split on 50-something countries, which we have to recognize, it was a big mistake that happened in the 19th century. How do we deal with it now? I think our founding fathers were quite smart in saying that we shouldn't quarrel on redesigning those borders. And I think that's keeping us more or less in peace, even if we have spots of crisis. Yeah. So if we recognize that we will not be able to put those empires and kingdoms together, the only thing that we need to do is how to combine some institutions together. And this linked to my first point I was underlining earlier, which is we cannot develop a set of multiple institutions in many countries. We need to kind of focus on which one we want to share together. There are a couple of centers of excellence in Africa that are known. Now, once you do that map out, you need to kind of plug enough resources on that. And it comes back to the issue of our mindset, because once we create that school and we have done the first stone and everything, we assume that things will work. We have to inject proper resources. But the context has changed a lot. The digital intelligence is changing things completely, so I think we need to set back and look at it and decide. Right. So to sum up, I think we need to map out those institutions and build a network of it. We put proper resources among ourselves to make sure that those institutions work, and then essentially, as he was mentioning, to see where we want to focus. If we want, for example, in this continent to do unit to assemble plane, there are certainly 2 or 3 countries that are very well positioned at this point to do something. Morocco, because they've played a lot, they've invested in Tangier to do that, but also Ethiopia, what they've managed to do with the Ethiopian Airway. I think if you combine those 2 countries and have an institution or an entity that could be the center of excellence between those 2 countries, I think the rest of the continent doesn't need to create the same thing. And then we could send people there, we can co-invest, we can even take shareholding in those institutions and make sure that we have that transformation.
Very well said. Sadly, I have just about 2 minutes to wrap up. So perhaps I'll give each person, I think you've pretty much summarize your views. Maybe the other three can have like 30 seconds or so to just summarize your perspective on this topic before we round up.
Well, my takeaway for all of us, these things don't happen in a vacuum.
Right.
It's not going to evolve. If it were to evolve, Korea will not be where it is today. Somebody must make a conscious decision. Already we have a vision 2063. What are the benchmarks and pathway to that vision?
Got it.
We need to begin to make it happen. And all our governments must put in place the policy frameworks, the measures, and support them to create an environment where the private sector will prosper in providing these services, in creating jobs for our people.
Brian?
This notion of investing additionally in science and technology, there could not be a better example than Afreximbank has done with the African Medical Center of Excellence. You have a level 5 leader, and Professor Orama, who made connections between academia at King's College Hospital and the government of Nigeria with Afreximbank. There's the tripartite that we've talked about, and has worked with those three very distinct areas and very different areas to create a world-class medical center and to bring much needed science and technology in the area of healthcare to West Africa.
Great model to follow. Prof, as you round up, perhaps as you notice, the president has walked in, so maybe your closing comments will be directly to him.
No, you are you're a prophet. As if you knew.
But we only have about 30 seconds, please.
I was worried that he will not be here when I will make my closing remarks. And it's directed to Professor Rama. Prof, we need to create an innovation fund for Africa. And you are going to champion it. You will get another head of state who is a champion of science and technology to back you. You can collaborate with ADB, AU, and so on. It is overdue. Let's have a conversation around this with the African Technology Policy Studies Network and others. Not a big conference like this, small one, maybe in Cairo, maybe somewhere else, where we can thrash out this idea. Right. And you have a convening power, the resources are there, let's start small. And then we can instigate national innovation funds from the regional one. And perhaps advise African heads of states to have, just like they have economic advisors, they should have innovation advisors. That's my point.
Thank you very much. Prof, you have been designated a level 5 leader. Perhaps we'll give you a short right of reply to that comment. If we can have the microphone. There's one on stage. Should I bring it? Yes. I apologize to the audience. We had hoped to allow you to ask a few questions, but we have run out of time. But Prof, please, a few comments.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me thank the panelists. And apologize, I'm running from one meeting to the other. But I'm happy I met you before you closed. Afreximbank is a bank that really underpins everything it does with innovation. Because we understand that in the kind of environment we operate in, many things we want to do, there's no beaten path. And because there's no beaten path, we have to innovate, we have to be agile. So we welcome the suggestion you're making in terms of finding ways to make sure that this goes into the DNA of everything we do on the continent. And by the way, I think the AU also has big ideas about innovation. I've forgotten the commission that looks after it. But is it finance? I don't know which one that looks after it, but they have that.
Right.
In this world, where innovation is the key source of wealth, I don't think that anybody needs to even to debate what you said. I think it's something that has to happen. We just have to have a continental innovation strategy, I guess. Maybe the Africa Technology Policy Studies will help us with that. I don't know. But I agree with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Obviously, the Afreximbank has been recognized as a great conveyor of governments, the private sector, and so forth, and financiers. So we are hoping that we can leverage that convening power. Thank you so much. And please, if you can put your hands together for our panelists. I hope you've learned quite a bit from this conversation, and we look forward to taking it further after the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll hand over to Mark.
Where is the group photograph?
Oh, yes, please.
Don't
I
forget that one.
imagine we are stepping forward for a photograph, right?
Let's take with the president, too. Who is
President,
the camera?
please, by
Popular request.
popular demand, we would like you to join us.
Are we supposed to still have the microphone on?
We need
Okay, time for a quick family photo. I've got something special for you before the lunch break. So just for 15 minutes, we're going to do something that we always do every year. You're going to witness this. So just as they take the photo, I'll give them a moment to take the nice photo. And then I'm going to ask President Orama to stay on stage, please. Thank you, gentlemen. If you could take your seats again. President Orama, this is what happens when you've got too many friends, like President Orama. I'd like to start with the final element before lunch, and that is the launch of the Afreximbank African Trade Report. So, President Orama. Aha. Okay. This is actually we have the chief economist coming up in a moment. I just want to tell you this is the launch of the Afreximbank African Trade Report, and it's entitled this year. It's entitled Export, Manufacturing, and Regional Value Chains in Africa under a New World Order. A New World Order. It's quite a provocative title. And it looks at how this new emerging world order that is caused by this multitude of intersecting crises, that what we have to do, it's almost a roadmap of solutions: raise investment levels, close infrastructure gaps, both physical and digital, and strengthen regional coordination in the pursuit of manufacturing-led growth. It also outlines various policies and programs that can achieve that and accelerate what we call our VCs, regional value chains. And also it's very interesting because it also shows elements of untapped export potential. I'm going to now call actually on the chief economist of Afreximbank, who has of course been sweating over a hot computer to make the 2023 report a reality, to come up and tell us a little bit more. In fact, I've got a microphone for you. Please welcome Hippolyte Fofak, chief economist of Afreximbank.
And good afternoon, everyone. I think we'd like to really thank the President for pushing us to really look at this specific topic, export manufacturing and regional value chains in really under a new world order. I think if you look at what has happened over the last few years, it's quite clear to say that one of the most important buzzword, has been friendshoring. Friendshoring, which is essentially locating supply chains in friendly nations or ally by way of mitigating the risk of supply chain disruptions for greater supply chain resilience. So informed by that, the President actually asked us to look at the potential for reviving export manufacturing and regional value chains under that condition, because it comes with risk, as we saw last year. As a result of the Ukraine crisis, there were further disruption of supply chains with implication for inflations, but also for growth, which essentially derailed. We saw global growth, which hit 6.2% after COVID, decelerating to less than 3.4% last year, reflecting the consequence of those supply chain disruptions and geopolitics and risk. But we also see at Afreximbank, which is really a trade finance bank for Africa, opportunity in that regard. And that's why we've seen essentially looking at the other side of the coin, and this disruption, geopolitics, friendshoring actually offered opportunity for diversifying the sorts of growth and trade across the regions, especially given where Africa is in terms of low wages, but also what is happening in the rest of the world in terms of rising wages in Asia. I think that informed the choice of the theme this year, which is export manufacturing, as under the New World Order. Thank you.
Microphone, please.
But
hello? Microphone.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Hello, hello.
We're almost done.
One second. There you go.
Now, another important aspect of the report, beside the choice of the main theme, the trade report is bank flagship report, which look at really latest development in the area of trade and growth. As I mentioned, there was global growth that derailed as of the COVID-19, but also the Ukraine crisis. And we saw essentially sharp growth decelerations, both in terms of growth, but also in terms of trade. Global trade, which expanded by 10% after COVID, fell to less than 2.7% growth. What is quite interesting is that under that challenging global environment decelerations, we actually saw growth resilience within the African continent, with really African growth expanding by, African GDP expanding by almost 4%, way above the world average of 3.4%. In the trade space, as I said, there was sharp deceleration from 10% growth last year to just about 2.7% in 2022. Within the African context, we saw, on the other hand, quite an expansion of African trade, growing by more than 20% last year, unlike global trade. In part, the resilience of African economies is a combination of two factors. I think the first one is really the asymmetric natures of shocks facing the regions, and oil prices were actually rising last year. But another important driver of that resilience, it's the rising South-South trade, where essentially Asia became the leading regions trading with Africa, mitigating Africa's exposure to the Euro regions, which was facing really at the heart of the Ukraine crisis. I think that resilience is what we expect to see going forward under that export manufacturing within the continent, which is set to be galvanized by the implementations of the African Continental Free Trade Area agreements. And that's why this report is so important, because it sees the geopolitical tensions, the rise of friendshoring as an opportunity within the context of the AFCFTA. But another important point to close is that when you look at the AFCFTA implementations, it's been discussed in the first day, and we are turbocharging that with the bank playing a major role, especially in the area of trade facilitations. But there are other actions that ought to be undertaken by African government to make sure that the changing geopolitical landscape, the rise of friendshoring and nearshoring on that new world order it's actually better exploited by African countries. In that regard, we see in this report, it argues for the need to have essentially robust industrial policies, They need to successfully deliver on the rules of origin to actually accelerate the process industrializations and diversification source of growth. These are some of the major highlights of this report. I'm not going to keep much longer to stand between you and your lunch, but the report is very rich, and we intend to really hope that you will be using it in your work going forward, as done over the years in the past. Thank you very much, President.
Yes. Yes. So, as you know, every year, a lot of hard work is done in terms of demystifying and putting paths to how we get to the Africa we want through trade, through investment. And this is no different. This report is called Export Manufacturing and Regional Value Chains in Africa under a New World Order. So, ladies and gentlemen, will you please put your hands together as we officially launch the report for 2023. I'm going to ask the chief economist to join you as well, because, as I said, he held the pen, as we say in business, on this. So he certainly deserves a photo op. If there are any board members of Afreximbank, could you also join us quickly on the stage? And I see our past president, Jean-Louis Ekra. I think the lights are quite bright. Do I see you hiding in the corner there? If you do, please join us as well. President Ekra and the board members, please, let's have a family photo. They're super glasses. So we're going to take a picture now, just before lunch. So the report outlines various policies and programs to achieve the closing the infrastructure gap, raising investment levels, and strengthening regional coordination in the pursuit of manufacturing-led growth. It also reveals large untapped export potential in intra-African trade across sub-regions. And it's an argument, really, this report, for more robust investment, a closing of that infrastructure gap, and coordination. There you have it. The report for 2023 is officially launched, and you are officially launched into lunch, apparently. And I'm told it's 1 hour, and it's in the same place by now. You know where to follow for the food. I'll see you back here in an hour. And boy, the final, it's a sprint to the finish. We've got some incredible people. We've got the powerful media force that is Mo Abudu coming up. We also have Didier Drogba, Asamoah Gyan will be here. Make sure you're here in an hour. See you later.
is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
Africa's premier trade and investment event, IATF 2023, is expected to attract over 1,600 exhibitors from more than 75 exhibiting countries and over 35,000 attendees, and is expected to generate up to $43 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2023 will once again consist of a trade exhibition where countries, large corporates, as well as small and medium enterprises, SMEs, can set up pavilions and exhibition stands which will enable them to customize their exhibition to fit their unique requirements. This offers private and public entities opportunities to showcase their goods and services. Trade and Investment Forum, the 4-day conference, will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment issues. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA and will also include training workshops covering exporting, standards, and marketing. Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, will showcase Africa's creative economy in fashion, music, film, art and craft, and sport. The CANEX program will include a Creative Africa Summit and dedicated creative industry exhibition, a B2B and B2G platform. The platform will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. Country Days has sponsorship opportunities and is open to 4 countries. It presents a platform for the 4 selected countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. IATF Virtual. This platform showcases goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The IATF Virtual is currently live and will continue even after the physical trade fair has ended. The Africa Automotive Show will present a platform for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers and suppliers. It consists of an auto forum, auto show, and B2B and B2G exchanges. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa where they will showcase their innovative ideas, prototypes, goods, and services. The IATF will provide opportunities for matchmaking with venture capitalists, entrepreneurship training, networking among the youth and other delegates at the trade fair. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over $3.5 trillion created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and our premium partners invite you to join us at IATF 2023, Intra-African Trade Fair, connecting African markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Позвольте мне еще раз вас сердечно поприветствовать. Это действительно первая встреча такого масштаба. Здесь собрались представители всех 54 африканских государств и ведущих региональных организаций. Большое вам спасибо. До встречи.
Energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
Africa's premier trade and investment event, IATF 2023, is expected to attract over 1,600 exhibitors from more than 75 exhibiting countries and over 35,000 attendees, and is expected to generate up to $43 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2023 will once again consist of a trade exhibition where countries, large corporates, as well as small and medium enterprises, SMEs, can set up pavilions and exhibition stands which will enable them to customize their exhibition to fit their unique requirements. This offers private and public entities opportunities to showcase their goods and services. Trade and Investment Forum, the 4-day conference, will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment issues. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA and will also include training workshops covering exporting, standards, and marketing. Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, will showcase Africa's creative economy in fashion, music, film, art and craft, and sport. The CANEX program will include a Creative Africa Summit and dedicated creative industry exhibition, a B2B and B2G platform. The platform will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. Country Days has sponsorship opportunities and is open to 4 countries. It presents a platform for the 4 selected countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. IATF Virtual. This platform showcases goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The IATF Virtual is currently live and will continue even after the physical trade fair has ended. The Africa Automotive Show will present a platform for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers and suppliers. It consists of an auto forum, auto show, and B2B and B2G exchanges. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa where they will showcase their innovative ideas, prototypes, goods, and services. The IATF will provide opportunities for matchmaking with venture capitalists, entrepreneurship training, networking among the youth and other delegates at the trade fair. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over $3.5 trillion created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and our premium partners invite you to join us at IATF 2023 Intra-African Trade Fair, Connecting African Markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Позвольте мне еще раз вас сердечно поприветствовать. Это действительно первая встреча такого масштаба. Здесь собрались представители всех 54 африканских государств и ведущих региональных организаций. Большое вам спасибо. До встречи.
Energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
Africa's premier trade and investment event, IATF 2023, is expected to attract over 1,600 exhibitors from more than 75 exhibiting countries and over 35,000 attendees, and is expected to generate up to $43 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2023 will once again consist of a trade exhibition where countries, large corporates, as well as small and medium enterprises, SMEs, can set up pavilions and exhibition stands which will enable them to customize their exhibition to fit their unique requirements. This offers private and public entities opportunities to showcase their goods and services. Trade and Investment Forum, the 4-day conference, will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment issues. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA and will also include training workshops covering exporting, standards, and marketing. Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, will showcase Africa's creative economy in fashion, music, film, art and craft, and sport. The CANEX program will include a Creative Africa Summit and dedicated creative industry exhibition, a B2B and B2G platform. The platform will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. Country Days has sponsorship opportunities and is open to 4 countries. It presents a platform for the 4 selected countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. IATF Virtual. This platform showcases goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The IATF Virtual is currently live and will continue even after the physical trade fair has ended. The Africa Automotive Show will present a platform for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers and suppliers. It consists of an auto forum, auto show, and B2B and B2G exchanges. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa where they will showcase their innovative ideas, prototypes, goods, and services. The IATF will provide opportunities for matchmaking with venture capitalists, entrepreneurship training, networking among the youth and other delegates at the trade fair. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over $3.5 trillion created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and our premium partners invite you to join us at IATF 2023 Intra-African Trade Fair, connecting African markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Позвольте мне еще раз вас сердечно поприветствовать. Это действительно первая встреча такого масштаба. Здесь собрались представители всех 54 африканских государств и ведущих региональных организаций. Большое вам спасибо. До встречи.
energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
Africa's premier trade and investment event, IATF 2023, is expected to attract over 1,600 exhibitors from more than 75 exhibiting countries and over 35,000 attendees, and is expected to generate up to $43 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2023 will once again consist of a trade exhibition where countries, large corporates, as well as small and medium enterprises, SMEs, can set up pavilions and exhibition stands which will enable them to customize their exhibition to fit their unique requirements. This offers private and public entities opportunities to showcase their goods and services. Trade and Investment Forum, the 4-day conference, will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment issues. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA and will also include training workshops covering exporting, standards, and marketing. Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, will showcase Africa's creative economy in fashion, music, film, art and craft, and sport. The CANEX program will include a Creative Africa Summit and dedicated creative industry exhibition, a B2B and B2G platform. The platform will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. Country Days has sponsorship opportunities and is open to 4 countries. It presents a platform for the 4 selected countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. IATF Virtual. This platform showcases goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The IATF Virtual is currently live and will continue even after the physical trade fair has ended. The Africa Automotive Show will present a platform for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers and suppliers. It consists of an auto forum, auto show, and B2B and B2G exchanges. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa where they will showcase their innovative ideas, prototypes, goods, and services. The IATF will provide opportunities for matchmaking with venture capitalists, entrepreneurship training, networking among the youth and other delegates at the trade fair. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over $3.5 trillion created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and our premium partners invite you to join us at IATF 2023 Intra-African Trade Fair, Connecting African Markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Позвольте мне еще раз вас сердечно поприветствовать. Это действительно первая встреча такого масштаба. Здесь собрались представители всех 54 африканских государств. и ведущих региональных организаций. Большое вам спасибо. До встречи.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are in the foyer, we are about to get started with our program for the afternoon. So please, can I ask you to take your seats as we get ready to kick off the afternoon session of the Afreximbank Annual Meeting 2023. We will be starting at 2:15. So if I can ask you, please, if you are in the foyer, to take your seats in the main plenary hall. Thank you so much.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back from lunch for those that are back here. I think we're missing quite a few people, but I'm sure, as is the nature of these events, people will start trickling back in as we proceed. So we're moving on to sort of the final half, in fact, of the final day of these really extraordinary meetings. And we've got some wonderful sessions coming up, some really colorful sessions. We're going to have one on Africa's creative economy. We also have one about leveraging the power of intra-Africa trade. And then, towards the end, to take us across the finishing line, we have a walk back down memory lane with the first two presidents of Afreximbank. And to top it all off, we have a look at sports as the new creative industry. The opportunity there with none other than Didier Drogba and Asamoah Gyan. So there's a lot for you to look forward to. So let's get started. Now, we're going to focus on the creative industry. But first, before I invite the moderator for that session to bring her panelists up on stage, I'd like you to turn your attentions to the screen. CANEX, as most of you know, is the Creative African Nexus. And Afreximbank's identified the creative industries as a driver for economic opportunities, especially for our young people. There are a number of pillars within CANEX, such as financing, very difficult thing to find when you're a creative, as they're called, capacity building, skills, effectively, and access to markets, which is often overlooked as being vital to the success of the business, be it any creative business. CANEX also hosts annual B2B events, with the next event being CANEX at the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2023, that's taking place in Cairo from the 9th to the 15th of November. So please, there's another reason for you to join us in Cairo for IATF 2023, 9th to the 15th of November. You can register on the Intra-African Trade Fair website. So go to the Intra-African Trade Fair website and you can register there. If you don't remember that, just go to the Afreximbank website and I'm sure it will lead you to where you can register for both CANEX and also for the IATF 2023. So without much ado, let me show you this CANEX video.
There is no doubt that Africa boasts an abundance of creative talent, and Afreximbank acknowledges that the creative industries are of tremendous economic value to our entire continent. The Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, debuted in 2021. As a mechanism created by Afreximbank, CANEX has been designed to facilitate the development and growth of the creative and cultural industries in Africa and the diaspora.
The CANEX program is a key instrument of implementing a creative strategy. Quickly, we found out that the creative industry in Africa was crying for a nexus. They are crying to find that point where that you pull all of them together and they bring their ideas and also contribute solutions to the challenges they face.
What we're doing is just essentially an extension of what we know to do, which is to support Africa and support African businesses. And in this place, it's particularly important because it supports African youth.
We have been able to now begin to grow our film financing. We never had it before.
We have a dedicated film production financing product that we use to support those in the film industry, and AAA is one of those that is benefiting, from that facility.
For most entrepreneurs in the continent or filmmakers, access to financing is becoming the biggest stumbling block. So it was a painful process going from bank, trying to beg, and then the client said, listen, have you checked this bank called Afrexim? Creative economy has got that potential to have a massive upside. Afrexim understands that. It's got, of course, the return on investment at whatever percentage they give you. But if they come in, even especially when it comes to equity or making sure they give you IP, the upside could be massive.
We're big on capacity building. We think there are gaps there, and that's one of the things that Afreximbank has tried to address, the capacity, skills, knowledge gap.
Establishing the design studio of Aza Fahmi that's helped raise the next generation of jewelry markets and designers. I'm proud to have teamed up with African Export Import Bank to share my passion with people who have the same desire.
And so we launched the Cookout Africa as a partnership between my company and Afreximbank. We've hosted 10 cookouts across the continent.
Well, we're out here at the Canex Music Factory interacting with the local artists with the Afreximbank, which is showing through this program of Canex, and I hope we're going to have a fruitful, massive One Africa, One Village, showcasing our cultural spirit.
So what has brought us here is an initiative we call Canex Presents Africa, which is an initiative which looks at unlocking market access opportunities for African designers.
Being part of the Canex group is really phenomenal because my journey with Canex started last year when we showcased at Portugal Fashion Week. And coming here at Tranoi this year with Canex is really amazing because being part of the designers from the continent is really great because we showcase what the continent has to offer.
Message from all of this is that you should know that Afreximbank is behind you. As long as you're an African, you call to us, we will support you.
There you go, a round of applause for Canex. Without much ado, we'll get on to the first panel after lunch. I've promised the panelists that I'm going to personally drag all the people that are outside networking into the room. But without much ado, this session is called Unleashing the Potential of Africa's Creative Economy for Shared Prosperity. The moderator is Ms. Nana Abba Anamo, who is the general manager at GH1 TV. Nana is also the general manager at Star FM. So give her a warm round of applause as she begins this session, Unleashing the Potential of Africa's Creative Economy for Shared Prosperity.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly bear with us. We'll take off in about 5 minutes. We're just waiting for one more panelist to join us. Thank you very much. Is he here? Thank you very much for your patience. As Mark mentioned earlier, the theme for this plenary session is unleashing the potential of Africa's creative economy for shared prosperity. A 2015 UNESCO report indicated that creative industries account for more than 30 million jobs globally, employing more young people than any other sector. Its significant contribution of 3% GDP highlights the huge economic potential of creative industries as a major source of growth and job creation. In Nigeria alone, creative industries contributed approximately $18 billion to global GDP in 2020. That's according to the World Bank. Africa, indeed, has a huge talent hub. The present influence and reach on the world stage, thanks largely to social media and digital streaming services, continues to highlight the continent's remarkably great creative sectors. There is no mincing words that the creative industries have the potential to spur real growth and development across the continent. We are enjoying a huge momentum across the world, but despite all of that, in music, fashion, film, and other sectors, it faces a myriad of challenges which include limited infrastructure, access to funding and investment, intellectual property rights issues, and the need for capacity building and skills development. These challenges require urgent attention to fully harness potentials, and that's why we're here this afternoon with one objective that is unambiguous: to discuss how to nurture the growth of Africa's creative industries through supportive policies, access to finance and global markets, and investing in human capital. We strongly believe that these learnings here today will help unlock prosperity and unleash its economic potential. I'll quickly go ahead to introduce our panelists for this afternoon. I'll begin with my fellow Ghanaian, Aisha Ayensu. Aisha is the founder and creative director of luxury fashion label Christy Brown. Christy Brown is a visionary in the industry. Aisha's expertise and influence have earned her recognition from prestigious media outlets and organizations worldwide, including the BBC, Vogue, CNN, among others. Christy Brown is currently selling at Selfridges, adding to her remarkably great journey. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Aisha Ayensu. Next is Audu Mekori. Audu Mekori is a renowned media entrepreneur, entertainment lawyer, and social activist. He's a founder and executive vice chairman of Chocolate City Group, one of Africa's most successful entertainment companies. As a highly sought-after speaker, Audu has shared his insights at renowned conferences and educational institutions such as the Pan-African University, MIT, Harvard University, University of Michigan, Georgetown University, and Oxford University. With a round of applause, please welcome Audu Mekori. Marlene Ngoyi is the CEO of Fund for Export Development in Africa, also known as FEDA. FEDA is a subsidiary of Afreximbank. FEDA is a $670 million private equity firm providing capital to companies engaged in intra-African trade, industrialization, and value-added exports from Africa to the rest of the world. Marlene previously served as the CEO of several financial institutions. She holds an MBA from Harvard Business School. Please welcome Marlene Ngoyi. Next on the panel is the founder and CEO of Ebony Life Group, which includes Ebony Life Media, Ebony Life Creative Academy, and Ebony Life Place, Nigeria's first luxury boutique lifestyle and entertainment resort. She's been described by Forbes as Africa's most successful woman, and I'm talking about no other but Mo Abudu. Mo Abudu's recent success is the launch of Blood Sisters, Netflix's first original Nigerian series. The show made the Netflix Global Top 10 list with over 11 million hours viewed. She deserves a bigger round of applause for that. Among her tall list of achievements, Mo is an executive fellow of the Hutchins Center for African American Research at Harvard University. Oh, she's already seated. And last, but certainly not the least on our panel this afternoon is Shola Sani. Shola is Netflix's Director of Public Policy in Sub-Saharan Africa. She's a seasoned advocacy professional and an emerging markets digital policy specialist. Before joining Netflix, Shola was Director of Public Policy at MasterCard, where she led several innovations, including the establishment of strategic partnerships on cybersecurity within the digital financial ecosystem. Please welcome the one and only Shola Sonny. Shola, I think you can take everything. Thank you very much. And once again, we are very happy to have all of you here in the hall to begin this conversation, which is very critical for the industry we find ourselves in, the creative industries. And again, the theme is unleashing the potential of Africa's creative economy for shared prosperity. And of course, when you talk about prosperity, you're talking not just about successes and achievements, but you're talking money as well. And that is why I'm coming straight to the money woman on the panel this afternoon, Marlene. You heard those staggering statistics from the World Bank and UNESCO. And we keep wondering, how do we get the creative industries to come together with the financial institutions like FEDA, for instance, to access capital? In your experience as a finance person, is it easy for people in the creative industry to access finance easily?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me on this panel. I'm very glad to be with very distinguished co-panelists. I think the first thing that we need to start by saying is to say the creative industry, it's a huge industry around the world. This is an industry that's that represents more than $1 trillion. That's very important to understand that. I was just speaking with a friend earlier, and I was saying the second or first, depending on the day of the week, richest man in the world, Bernard Arnault from France. What does he sell? He sells art. He sells the made in France. And that's one of the richest men in the world. So it's important to understand that it's a business that represents a huge pen of the economy. It's important to understand that that's also a business that actually creates a lot of employment for the youth, and so it's a very important part of the economy in general. Now, I think when it comes to the financing, it is true that historically, particularly in Africa, the creative industry has been dependent a lot on development type of money given by foreign governments, and it hasn't been sufficient to explore all of the opportunities that exist in film, in music, in fashion, in video gaming, if you want to talk about technology, in spectacles, in the art. It hasn't been sufficient. That's something that Afrexim has realized. It's probably one of the first development bank that is making a very loud commitment to the creative industry with very substantial numbers. A couple of years ago, $500 million were announced to support the creative industry. This has been doubled, where Afrexim is pledging $1 billion towards the creative industry. And the idea for us is to say, let's tap into this market, let's produce locally with quality content, let's partner on the distribution, let's have our own digital distribution platform, and let's consume it as Africans, first of all, from one country to the next, and let's export it to the rest of the world. And we're starting to see that there's a big taste for it. And what we want to do is capitalize on that and scale it and make it more widespread. So at FEDA, I'm very, very glad that His Excellency Professor Orama asked us to say, Afrexim is gonna do the debt type of products. FEDA, you should come in as an equity partner. You should be working on creating the right vehicle with the right parties to get this going. So I'm pretty sure that in a couple of months, we'll be making some very big, concrete announcements on that front.
That's fantastic. $1 billion, that's pretty huge. And more, before I come to your substantial question, I mean, this is big for the creative industries. How does that make you feel for someone who's spearheading so much in the industry?
I'm excited, and first of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here as part of this panel today. Hearing those numbers is exciting, because the only way that we're going to break through in that sector is with that amount of, we need to invest in the sector. We keep playing around, and we're literally just at the tip of the iceberg, and there is so much potential within our industry, but we have to make the necessary investment. And investment means collaboration. It means capacity building. It means setting up those treaties. It means reaching out to the world and saying, come and work with us. Imagine if we have an African blockbuster that has blockbuster stars in it. It's about collaboration. Right. And we can do that because we're going to invest in them. We're going to pay them to be in those projects that we're doing. But you know what the difference is? We own those projects. We have hired them to be in it because they are global stars. And at the right price, you can hire anybody. Anybody's for sale in this business. Right. You just have to be able to pay for them. And at the end of the day, they're the ones that pull in the box office numbers. They're the ones that get you those numbers, as I'm sure Shala would say when it comes to streaming. Mm-hmm. You need the stars. But then side by side, we also have our stars on the continent as well. So it's really about ensuring that that ecosystem is a truly international one that we all have access to. And we need to be able to go in there and say, listen, work with us. Let's, so that $1 billion, let's put it to some good use.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, you mentioned collaborations, and you have had some number of firsts in your pocket. You've had breakthroughs with Ebony Live. Tell us about how innovation and collaboration assisted you to do all of these things. How did you make it with collaborations and innovations?
Well, we started Ebony Life as a linear TV channel in 2012, and at the time, it was the right thing to do. But then we found that over a 5-year period, linear TV, I think most people watch linear TV now for sports or for news. That's the reality. So when it comes to innovation, we saw ahead of the curve and we realized that we needed to start playing in a different field. So we started reaching out to international organizations like Sony and Disney, and of course Netflix is our first major partner, Will Packer, Will Smith, AMC, the BBC. I mean, over the last 8-9 years, we have managed to secure collaborations and co-production deals with all the companies that I have mentioned. But we've only been able to do that because we have presented to them stories that we believe are authentic, stories that they believe are local for global. I mean, I've defined storytelling in 2 ways. There's a local for local story, which is very much for a local audience, and there's nothing wrong in playing in that bubble. But there's also a local for global stories. And for example, Professor Orama was talking about Pan-Africanism yesterday, and we spoke about one of the great masters of that from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah. And when you have someone like that, whose story has never been told, so as a continent, we have remained silent. Nobody really knows who we are. And even the American studios, the stories that they tend to explore about Africa, more or less is about the slave trade. I mean, I'm like, when are you guys going to just wake up and realize that there was life before the slave trade and there was life after the slave trade, and even during? So we have a rich history of stories that we haven't even began to delve into. The first one that we can say that America has tried to do is Woman King, and it was done as an American production, but that could easily have been a production that was financed by you. And the box office return on that would be ours. And that's what we need to start doing, is we have to say to ourselves, we can buy any star in the world at the right price. And we do the numbers, and we know that, okay, this is likely to be our return on investment. So we can play in the major league. Until we do that, we're just basically we're not there.
Yeah, I can feel the passion in your voice. Thank you. Right. Audu, you're the music man here. And if you talk about the creative industry, the one sector that is making all the waves is music. I mean, we just saw Burna Boy at the Champions League opening, and what a remarkable performance he put up. Tell us the current state of the music industry now, of Africa. Where are we? Are we there? Are we massaging it? Are we pretending to be there? Or are we really, really there?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing? Are we okay? You guys okay? So we're music, so we like excitement. We don't like boring. So can we get some more? How is everybody doing? How are you guys doing?
Yeah, good.
So, and that is what music does. Music invokes a passion. It talks to you, whether it's English, Spanish, Yoruba. You're listening to this music. When you hear songs like Calm Down by Rema, it is the highest selling Afrobeat song till date.
Oh, wow.
And this is, it's about, they're doing probably, you can clap. It's about $600 million. Interestingly, last year, we had a song in Chocolate City called Love One Tintin. I'm sure you probably know the song. That was, before that, the highest selling Afrobeat song. So Afrobeat is beating its records every single second. And the reason why is that we have a huge diaspora. We have Africans from around the world. And more importantly, Africans and black people are drawn by something called the drum. There's just something about the drum. Like, you don't need to explain it. It just resonates. And I think that we've never been in a position like this where you walk into a place. I remember many years ago when I used to travel abroad and I go to the airport, they'll say, what brings you to London? I'll be like, oh, I'm a lawyer. They're like, oh, okay. What case are you coming for? And then it changed about 7 years ago when I say, in music. Oh, do you know Two-Face? Or do you know things like that? And that's what it's done. I was on a panel in Qatar at Doha Forum, I think last year. And there was an investment panel that was talking about how African music has opened more room for African investments in other businesses. Because think about it, it's about cultural interpretation and interpolation, right? So the reason why America is so prominent is they sold themselves through media, through their music, through their fashion, through their clothes. So I think in a sense, music has the elements that put visuals, they put fashion. They talk about the times. In fact, it's a tool for promoting, a whole agenda. So I think it's a great time. My only hang up about it is really around how we control the music itself. We had a conversation yesterday talking about how 70% of the streams of African music actually comes from the UK and the US. So it's not been consumed here. The 600 million streams you're talking about, less than 100 million streams are from Africa. That's a problem. Secondly, when you're doing deals, in 2019, we did a deal with Warner Music. It's a global deal. And what we had to do was basically bring our catalog and then work with them to get these songs global. So that's a place of collaboration. But we need to understand that intellectual property is the very essence of creativity. You own nothing, you've done nothing. So it's really critical that we protect our IP. And that is where the funding comes into play, because really, with the right budget, we have the expertise locally here. Right. Remember that it's Africans that are promoting our music globally, not Europeans or any other culture. Right. So it behooves on us to create platforms that we can monetize, that we can own, so that our children's children will own that music. Right. Because when you think about it, Burna's music might be owned by an international company somewhere else. Yeah. And so in 70 years' time, when the kids are looking for, I don't know, some kind of cultural connection with their IP, it belongs to who? A foreign company. Right. So I think that is critical. But having said that, I think the role, and I'm glad that Feda is here, I was having a talk with the CEO earlier, is that we need to also build local streaming platforms that we control, we own, we can license, but make sure that we retain the ownership, because ownership is everything when it comes to intellectual property.
All right, I'll move to Aisha in a bit, but you talked about something really critical, about how Rema's music, Countdown, has 600 million. That's great, that's colossal. Now, if you compare the other African countries with what Nigeria is doing, and I'm going to focus on my country, Ghana, because we have artists who are just as great, but it appears that we have obstacles that Nigeria has tried to overcome, successfully done. What are we not doing right in Ghana from your experience? I mean, the question got you a bit.
Can I talk freely?
Yeah, freely.
So it's a bit like the jollof rice problem, right? I'm just kidding.
He went there.
I'm just kidding. But I think really it is that there are places that breeds the promotion of certain things more than other places. That's just how things are, right? I've spoken to a lot of Ghanaian artists, and by the way, Ghana has some amazing music. it's comparable to any kind of music in the world. All right. Yeah, Ghana is amazing. And the first time I came here in 2012, I was amazed by the production, the choreography, the culture, the depth. I mean, Ghanaians make, I don't know whether it's tree, but what does Sarkodie do?
Tree. Yeah.
That rap is amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's saying, but then again, I don't know what.
But you just know Sarkodie is rapping.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
But I think that it's about collaboration still. It is that Wizkid comes to Ghana to record, and he collaborated with VIP. Now, it's how do we get VIP to come to Lagos and collaborate with other artists? Because you see, if you're not in the place where it's happening, it's hard for things to actually, get exported. Thankfully, there's digital. Now you can stream, you can blow up over like a video, and etc. But I think what is crucial too is that we need to create an ecosystem here. So the last thing I also want to say around the funding is that we need to create ecosystems. And these ecosystems support policy, tax incentives, studio recording facilities for people to make music. And when we connect with, Mo and I have worked on several projects on the film side. She doesn't give me as much money as she should. That's another conversation. But the truth is that we license the music to make the film.
Yeah.
So you see, they're all kind of correlated, and that's the beauty of the creative industry. So Ghana is way, way ahead. I have a project I'm working here in Ghana. We're trying to build film studios here in Ghana.
Nice.
So yeah, Ghana is a great place. All they need to do is make sure that they come to Lagos as we come to Ghana as well. Most Ghanaians are afraid of Lagos. Like, have you come to Lagos? I can't go to Lagos. Traffic. Well, you have to go there. So I think it's about collaboration, like you said.
All right, fantastic. Let's move to Aisha now. Aisha is the creative director for Christy Brown.
Yes.
Mo is wearing Christy Brown.
I'm wearing her today.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
And Aisha is wearing Christy Brown as well.
Oh.
And she's currently selling at Selfridges in London. That's a big achievement. Check her out on Instagram, Christy Brown GH. Now, we've heard about film and TV, we've heard about music, we've also heard about financing. For fashion, where are we on the globe for Africa?
So thanks for having me. First of all, I want to take a moment to just think about what is happening here at this conference, this gathering. It's bigger than us. I think that we are all experiencing history in the making. And I hope that one day it will be said that they gathered, they spoke, they collaborated, and they acted. And it changed the trajectory of the continent, period. Fashion, my passion. But the industry, there's never been a better time than this. I like to say that, so my brand is 15 years old. I know I don't look it. But it's 15 years old, and at the time that I launched, this is 2008, there was the whole Africa Rising movement, and you felt like, oh yes, this is it, this is the chance, everything is changing, in the continent. And I saw that wave rise, and it kind of dipped, right? So now I believe that we are having the second wave. And it's important that we take advantage of it and position ourselves right. So it's the same with film, it's the same with music, and it's the same with fashion. And you realize that the different disciplines are so interconnected. As music is doing what it's doing, it's affected fashion as well. So now the world is more accepting of African fashion, whereas before it's like, we're not sure we can do this, too much color, too much. But music has broken certain boundaries that has allowed us also enter these doors. That is why at Selfridges, through Lagos Fashion Week, I think Tokumbo is here. It was through Lagos Fashion Week's initiative that, certain African brands were, have been taken, are in the store, it's a pop-up for a period. But again, it's right, to see that, okay, are these brands viable? Is there an industry of that they can then actually approach these designers and stock in the store permanently. So it shows you that the world is ready. There's so many initiatives going on. Canex had this program that we were even a part of in Portugal, where brands were sent to showcase in Portugal Fashion Week, after which you went to trade shows like Chanoy. So you can tell that, yes, work is being done to actually move the industry forward. But my thing is, it is great and well and dandy. But the brands who get picked or selected to be on these platforms, they put in the work, yes, they've done what they need to do, Christy Brown, etc. But how about the others, right? How are we making sure that the entire ecosystem is actually working? That we are also equipping the next Christy Browns as well to be able to take advantage of these amazing initiatives. Otherwise, what happens is after you take your star 5, and then what?
Yeah.
Right? So I think this is where we are at, and I'm so proud to say that I'm part of the founders of this initiative called Project 55. And how it started was during the 15th anniversary for Christy Brown, I was thinking, I want to stage an epic fashion show, a fashion show of epic proportions. That's what I told the team. But you know what? I want to be able to give other brands a chance to showcase, even younger brands. But soon it became bigger than myself because I called on friends in different industries. So we have people in strategy, people in marketing, etc. And we meet once a week. It's a project that is to be launched in October. Now the idea is that, there's everything happening on the continent when it comes to African fashion and moving these brands along. We have to be able to also incubate our talent in silos. It's kind of like how you have assemblies. Not everybody at this stage is ready for the global market. So you can take them to Tranoi all you want and put them in front of all buyers for selfish matches, etc. It still wouldn't fly because they're not ready. Yeah. So Project 55 is meant to incubate the talent here. It's a model that we are testing. Incubate the talent, give them the resources and just the right settings for them to be able to succeed and compete on a global scale. But this is where we are at, and that's the trajectory that the fashion industry on the continent is
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, in every home, office, you hear the favorite line, Netflix and chill. Because we all love to Netflix and chill. And we've heard from the three of them who are really playing an active role in the industry, the creative industry. For you, Netflix, sitting there as one in charge of public policy, are you seeing the creative industry taking advantage of platforms like Netflix good enough?
Thank you very much. And can I first just say good afternoon to everybody and how proud I am to be on a panel where one man is outnumbered by
He's
women
the only
all
man.
around. But thank you for that question. I think enough, that's the main, the underlying word for me. I'll give you an example. As Netflix, we're present in 190 different countries where people are accessing the service, just like here, hopefully. And we have access to 230 million sets of eyeballs. That's the size of the opportunity. Are creatives or creators or storytellers in Africa taking advantage of this enough? I will tell you they have the potential to. Because for us at Netflix, we know that the talent is not in doubt. The stories are not in doubt. Mo made a very great point. We're only just starting to scratch the surface of the African stories that can be told. There are stories to be told. But there needs to be a combination of factors and circumstances that come together at the same time to enable our storytellers take advantage of that opportunity to reach 190 different countries. And that's just in the case of Netflix. The challenges, the way I see them, are two. There are the structural issues, and this is things like broadband infrastructure, connectivity, the cost of a gigabyte. Those are things that need to fall in place and be accessible, affordable for consumers to be able to subscribe and watch the shows that are being made by the storytellers. But that's just one aspect. We are here discussing things like funding and access to finance being a challenge for storytellers and the creative industry. And from our vantage point, this is very true. As Netflix, we've been on the continent now for about 7 years, since 2016. We've only actively started producing local content in the last 3 years. Hard to believe, but it's just 2020. If you remember Queen Sona, our first African original, came out in 2020. So we've been actively putting our money where our mouth is. But this can't happen. The Honorable Mia Motley made a point yesterday, and she said that it's impossible for a single entity, a single demographic, a single individual or company to make a difference if there isn't a handshake and all stakeholders within the ecosystem. Another word that we've heard over and over,
Yes.
ecosystem, ecosystem, ecosystem. Things have to work together. So yes, there is an increasing amount of attention on creative industries, and I'm happy to see the room is filling up, because it kind of felt like creative industry and everybody went away to have lunch, but good to see everyone is back now.
Yeah.
But seriously, there needs to be a mainstreaming and a focus on creative industries, film and TV, music, fashion, in a way that that mainstreaming has happened for sectors like agriculture, has happened for oil and gas, the extractives, because the size of the opportunity in this sector, it crosses physical boundaries.
Right.
I will give you a case in point. As Netflix alone, we recently published a socioeconomic impact report, and we found that we have invested in excess of 175 million in films and TV shows, reality, documentaries, since we came into the sub-Saharan Africa region. What you don't see in that number is the 12,000 jobs, 12,000 livelihoods that are being sustained. That number also doesn't maybe show you the over $250 million contribution to GDP and the tax revenues that government derives. So if Netflix as a single entity investing in that sector is able to have that sort of impact, imagine what a coalition of content creators and production companies and big international studios can do if given the opportunity. So the building blocks have to be put in place, not just the structural challenges, but also the policy infrastructure, as I like to say. Case in point, creative industry professionals and storytellers can now access loans, for instance, to finance their films. But on what terms are they accessing those loans? What are interest rates like? Why does a storyteller or filmmaker have to mortgage their personal house to put a story on screen? Are we treating intellectual property and stories the same way we're treating traditional brick and mortar assets? It's chalk and cheese, completely different. So to really harness that opportunity and make it possible for people sitting in Iceland and India to watch stories out of Nigeria and Ghana and Africa, we need to put all those things together. So storytellers telling their stories, investors in the media and entertainment space like Netflix, governments putting infrastructure together, financiers who fill this room today, understanding that the storytelling industry is different, but the size of the opportunity, it's really massive.
Oh, excellent. Really excellent. Yeah. Now, she talked about killer interest rates. And there is enough documentation about creatives, finding it hard to access loans because they're afraid. They want to scale up their business, but there is a real scare out there. And she mentioned it. For you at FEDA, and you mentioned that 1 billion you're going to be doling out, and that's exciting news. But for you, what do you think creatives should be doing more in the area of accessing loans? Where do we go, for instance, if we've come to FEDA so many times, we want to do something else? What should they do from a finance point of view?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think that's a key question. And the financing, how do we structure it? We were just having the conversation. The beautiful thing at FEDA and at Afrexim in general is you'll find that we like to offer tailor-made solution to our customers. So, you know, when you come to FEDA, I'm not going to say, hey, this is what I sell, this is how much it costs, take it. We look at the situation on a case-by-case basis. Okay. You know, investment may seem like a very cold business, but it starts with meeting people, understanding who they are, believing in them, having that conversation, that knowledge, and we try to make tailor-made solution. The reason why FEDA was such an important tool is that we're not like a bank, meaning that we are co-investors with our partners. Okay. So it means that if the project works very well, we're very happy, we have the impact that we seek, and we make a return together. If the project doesn't do well, we lose together. So we're very much aligned. Another very different thing So we are not just offering debt, we're offering equity. It's very different. So I'm saying I'm going to be a partner. You used to own 100% of the business. Now maybe it's going to be 50-50 or 51-49. And I win when you win, I lose when you lose. And by the way, I'm not just an investor. We're going to work on the plan together, because beyond the money, I think that you mentioned Afrexim connecting you to the textile industry in Portugal. Beyond the money, there's also a lot of value that you can bring in terms of connecting people with service providers, with distribution companies, with different things. And we believe that we can do that. So that's very important. I think that another thing that people have to understand is for investors, investing into one creative project is risky, because as much as the story might be strong writing, very good acting, good production, there is an element that you don't necessarily control, which is, are people going to like it? Are they going to watch it? Is Netflix going to like it? Are they going to put it forward so that it's viewed? Am I going to recoup the money that I put? So more and more, what we try to do at FEDA is to have a vehicle where the way I can get my investors comfortable with it is to say, we're not just going to invest in the production of Mo or in the music catalog of my friend over here. We're going to have like a catalog of different projects. And this is where you have a little bit of a portfolio approach, where you accept, somebody said it earlier this morning, you accept that some project may not reach the success that you hope for, but you know that some will, and that on average you will be okay. And I think that that's something that Professor Rama tells us often. We have to be bold, we have to do things, and we have to know how much we can afford to lose, but the most important thing is in the long term is to be ahead. So that's what I would recommend, is to have a portfolio approach, to come to partners that are at risk with you, and it's not, you shouldn't be betting your house. Those risks can be structured in a way that they are institutional risk, and that's what we're offering at FEDA. That's what's exciting, and the bank will be helping us, where the money that we have FEDA at the moment is a $700 million fund, but obviously our mother organization, Afrexim, is supporting with something that can really transform the industry, I believe. So.
That's fantastic news. Mo, I'm coming to you. One of the things that you keep humping about is our potentials, that our potentials have not been fully realized. Recently, you talked about it at a conference in Los Angeles. When you say that our potentials have not been realized, what exactly do you mean? Because if you listen to the creators, especially those in the music industry, it looks like we've gone really, really far. So which potential are you talking about?
Well, how many blockbusters have we made? We haven't made any yet. And if we keep putting ourselves in this bubble and thinking that, oh, I just made a movie last week that made 50 million naira, then, hello, I mean, I have some stats here and I keep looking at them. The global box office in America in 2022 was $26 billion. China, 4.3 billion. Europe, Middle East, 7.1 billion. Do you want to know what Africa is? $15 million.
Oops.
It doesn't make sense with the population and the culture. People, we have to find a way to package the culture and monetize the culture and sell the culture.
Why haven't we done it?
Well, this is the big question. I keep getting invited to speak at events around the world, and I'm a little bit tired of speaking. Like, I'm at a point of where I'm saying, I am tired. Can we just actually get to whereby we're looking at the practical solutions to there being a blockbuster that comes from our continent? I mean, we have the resources. We have the funding. Why aren't we doing it? Well, we are talking. So by the time, I'm sure that when Professor Orama does the next presentation, and we saw all the beautiful images yesterday of all the things they've invested in, we're going to see a blockbuster that the world has seen. We have the stories. We just have to basically organize ourselves into a position of whereby we take the practical steps to make it happen.
Are we individually being too individualistic,
well, I think
nationalistic?
I think we're being small-minded.
Okay.
And I think also what the biggest challenge we have in Africa is that, with all due respect to governments and things, you know, the creative sector is seen in most cases as the ministry that is the ministry for, you know, like, if you just need to put someone there. Like, okay, it's not really important. You know, that guy that helped me on my campaign or whatever, just give him the job. It doesn't work that way.
That's a fact.
That person needs to have the necessary skills to understand what we need to do to build the industry. Do they understand production? Do they understand storytelling? Do they understand distribution? Do they understand monetization? Do they understand that, you know, media is so powerful? It changes everything. What we wear, who we are, what we say. But we're not using it to our advantage as a continent. How many African restaurants do we see in the world? There's a Chinese restaurant everywhere in the world. There's Indian restaurants everywhere in the world. There's Italian. I'm not saying we don't have the odd Nigerian restaurant, but please, we can do better. So we are just not looking. Heidi and I were eating plantain chips yesterday. I said, if I was not doing this business I'm doing, I would actually just go and meet Walker Crisps and say, listen, we need to start exporting and making plantain chips. Because it was delicious. I had to say to the guy at the hotel, where do you guys get this particular brand from? We have plantain. We're not even selling it on a massive scale. The Jollof War is a war that we're not doing anything about. It should be a war in the supermarkets, in Tesco's and Sainsbury's. So I don't know what we're doing about anything, because all we seem to do is talk about it. So can we please start acting on what we do? I want to act on making a global blockbuster that the entire world is going to watch. That is my obsession, and I'm going to do it. And we have started, and we're going to make it happen.
If you're an investor in this room, and you know Mo Abudu's story, you know she will do it.
Amen.
And so this is the time to invest in
So
it.
just to say that we are going to do it.
Yeah.
It's really just about the building blocks. You build a house, right? You've got to lay the foundation. You've got to do everything. It is the same with intellectual property. We've got to treat it with the same respect. Writing a story takes time. Some of our storytellers are writing, they're telling me I'm making a film. And 2 weeks later, they've made the film. I'm like, wow, that was quick. So, I mean, you meet people in the rest of the world that it takes time to write. It takes time to produce. It takes time to cast. We need to do it properly. I've been asked just because we are talking. I said, at least 2 years to be able to say you're going to do it properly. I said, if anyone comes to you and says less, they're robbing you. They're going to take your money and they're going to run. So it takes time to produce these stories, but we will do it. We're gonna put it up on that screen real soon. Prof, I promise you.
Amen.
Now, I mean, for you at Netflix, I'll come to you very soon, because you need to tell us what you like. When you see the story, what tells you that this is it? I'll come to you in a bit. But Mo mentioned something very profound, preserving our culture. How are we telling our cultural stories, our heritage? For you in the music industry, I mean, when you hear an African song, you talked about the drum, you can just tell this is Africa. How have we managed to preserve this culture by not losing it completely? But of course, there are some modernization to it. How have you done it in the music industry?
That's a hard question, and simply because music always moves, right? Now we're calling it Afrobeat, but when I was growing up, my parents played Congo music. Then there's one time it was Afro Juju, then there was, just different genres. It keeps moving, but you see, what is unique about our music is us. That's the only thing that's unique. And I think even with film, as you were talking about that, the real problem is that we have to do us, but we have to do us globally. And I really want to jump on what she said, because I'm also doing film stuff, just around production. And I find that the real problem is this. The most watched show on Netflix, Shola, is what?
Film or TV series.
The
You have
biggest
something like
TV series.
Squid Game from Korea.
Squid
It
Games.
was
Squid Games.
Netflix.
Squid Games is the most watched show on Netflix. First, it was in Korean, right? And with subtitles. And it was a blockbuster around the world. Why? They were originally Korean, but they had world-class production. So I would say that even with music, what changed with music is that before, when you were recording in a band, you'd go to a big place like this, get like a band, and you'd be banging it out 500 hours and hoping to get the right take. Now you open a laptop, say what you want to, get the things choreographed. And so everyone has a mobile studio. So the more ubiquitous these things are, the more the quality raises. The reason why a film production is not where it is because there aren't enough production facilities to do the qualitative stuff that needs to be done. Because once you see once the bar of production is raised, everything goes with it. So there's nothing to change. Like what most things, don't change any story, but let us see a better story. Let's not see when you shoot somebody, then he dies in slow motion. That takes those are the problems that we're having, right?
Yeah.
So even with music, what has really kept us going is that it is now easy to have access to qualitative production.
Right.
And in a way, we do not need as much tax incentives and policy and all these other things as film. But what is going to take us to the next level is how we ensure that distribution, local distribution, is in our hands. Because, trust me, 80% of that revenue that you're hearing is not in this land, it's in another land. And so what we need is to keep it internally, and that means we need to get that kind of funding. And the last thing I want to say around the funding part, which is really critical, is that intellectual property is now as valuable as real estate property, if not. Apple is the most valuable, it's an economy, it's basically it's more monetized than America today. And what are they selling? Software. It's nothing physical anymore. So even with the banks and how you guys think about how you take collateral and et cetera, the collateral is actually the real estate collateral, intellectual property.
It's the story.
Collateral. And that means that if I did 1 million streams with one movie, then why don't you give money to do 2 million streams? And why don't you hold that the revenue streams as collateral so I can go out and be creative?
Yeah.
That's all we need.
Marlene, does that make sense to you?
Well, absolutely. That's the approach that we are using. I always say what we want to do is create a vehicle. We want a creative talent. And when I say creative talent, I think that most it is very important. We're thinking about, in the case of film writing, we're thinking about production, distribution capability. So it's a full value chain, if we will. And what I say is, you bring in that, we'll bring in the money, other things, our relationship, the know-how, we'll get the best lawyers in IP, we'll work with government when IP laws need to be strengthened and protected. I think that there's a lot to be done even within the AFCFTA to ensure that includes IPs, that people are protected. When it comes to music, I still hear musicians saying, I have a concert here, but I'm not sure I'm going to get my visa. That should go away. People should be able to go and do spectacle and produce. That's a way that we integrate with each other. You mentioned it very well. We need to have artists collaborating, create that momentum. That's what's happening in the US and in Europe. We need to do that. It's starting to happen on an individual basis. We need to push that. So for me, it's very clear that I write the check. They bring the talent. The talent can be monetized today in many different ways, whether it's selling at festivals, selling to Netflix, streaming ourselves on our own platforms. There's so many different ways, and even getting into the secondary industries of animes and things like that. So there's a lot, and so we are very clear on that.
Right.
Everybody plays their part.
Okay. Now, earlier, Shola talked about policies. Are the policies favorable for the fashion industry, Aisha?
So, the thing is, when the industry itself is quite young or not as structured, how does one even advocate for the industry? I believe that the initiatives, for example, the Creative Arts Council, we need to guard with our lives and not politicize it. Let's understand that somebody needs to be there, or somebody needs to be there advocating for certain industries that is quite new. It's been seen as entertainment, or just, the number of times we've been asked to stage a fashion show as entertainment, as a serious event. Listen, it's a slap in the face. Not because they want to insult the industry. It's when people are not aware, or they are not aware of how to monetize this industry, or see it as an avenue for job creation and wealth building as a nation. You would have instances where there aren't strict policies actually working in favor of the industry. So I know we like to talk about the money issue, and everybody, it's good. Let's throw money at the different industries, but me about building it in the first place. Even when you go to FEDA and you're trying to make a business case, you need to show that the numbers make sense. This thing I'm bringing before you is viable. And we are constantly looking outside of the continent for, okay, like knocking on people's doors, accept us, like our fashion, like our art, like our movies. But homegrown, how many are we on the continent? Over 1 billion, right? But I'm not sure how many people have access to Netflix, right? But if they did, imagine if that ecosystem where more people have access to Netflix or even access to some of the goods and services we provide. How are we trading amongst ourselves that I can make my millions even on the continent? And then we're talking to the West, we can buy. We are actually peers, speaking on a certain level. So it's the fundamentals need to be strong. The foundations need to be strong. The building blocks need to be strong. Building structure into the industry. The policymakers understand that this industry, we cannot sleep on it. So how are we partnering with the Creative Arts Council and not seeing it as, just a bit of fluff? But so that's my school of thought. I guess that's why I'm coming from the left side. Let's trade amongst ourselves. Let's make the numbers, and then we hold power and we hold space.
Absolutely. Now, in telling us how Netflix chooses its partners, tell us what you look out for in a story, for instance, because Mo is very passionate about a story. I mean, she talks about this writing a story for 2 months, and then the next minute they are shooting a movie. What do you look out for?
It's very simple. It's one word: authenticity. Squid Game, like Audu pointed out, was very successful all around the world. It was a story told entirely in the local language of the country it came from, Korean. We invest in subtitling, dubbing, and subbing to make it possible for people to connect with stories on our service, no matter what part of the world they may be from. Right now, I think we have something like 38 different languages that are supported on Netflix. So whether it's a story like Anukulakbo that's told in Yoruba, or Blood Sisters from Mo, who's on this stage with me, which, by the way, hits the top 10 in 11 different countries outside of Nigeria. And there were indigenous languages, there was Pidgin English spoken in it. But what people connected with was the authenticity, that we were not writing a story or telling a story with the intention of bringing on board US viewers. No. Mo and her organization was telling a story authentic to Nigeria and relatable to Nigerians. And I tell you, all around the world, people can smell authenticity. So no matter what language you're telling it in, they will key into it. Mo also made a point about it's quite hard to hit box office success. I'll tell you the reason why. There's 1,600 screens, cinemas, across the whole of Africa. The US alone has in excess of 44,000. So there's a job for our governments to do. You need to invest. It's not just enough to ask the banks to invest, to ask the Netflixes of this world to invest, to ask Mo to invest our money and Audu. We have to put our money where our mouth is as governments. And this means building capacity, building the physical infrastructure, building the sets that are required to put these big shows on. You need to make it attractive. Okay, we understand that it's impossible for government to solve every single problem. And we do know that in Ghana, for instance, over 90% of the jobs are actually in the private sector, not government. Yeah. But what we're saying is mainstream the industry, finance the industry. Countries like South Africa have cottoned on to something. They created a film incentive. And that's a facility that allows big investors in film and TV to recoup some of their money, get like a cash rebate. Right. If we put this in place, and there's a missing middle, apart from South Africa, Morocco is the only other country that has this on the continent. If you make it attractive and viable for big investors in film to come to your local ecosystem and invest in film, they'll create jobs. They will tell that story to the world. Streaming services represent an untapped opportunity. And yes, like you said, it is really hard for many Africans to be able to get the broadband they need, for instance, to view Netflix. But what the opportunity is an economic one. It's giving access to a global market to people like Mo and Audu. It's making it possible for viewers at other sides of the world to see how good a script has been written, how great a story has been told, and want to work with and invest in that person.
All right. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to end it here. But I have to say a big thank you to my panelists this afternoon because they provided so many perspectives and insights. And I believe that we'll have a lot to take away from this conversation. Thank you very much.
Can I make one request, please?
Yes.
Can we please take a picture with Prof?
Okay, Prof. Prof would like to take a picture with you. But thank you, Marlene, Shola, Aisha, Audu, and Mo. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
That was Unleashing the Potential of the Africa's Creative Economy for Shared Prosperity. Remember, CANEX will be hosting B2B events at the next IATF 2023, taking place in Cairo from 9th to the 15th. President Orama, I'm sure all of these people, and hopefully all of you people, will join us too. And Mo, remember I promised I'd give you a room full of people. There you go. I hope you're happy now. There's no one like Mo Abudu. Now, as they take their family photo, let me tell you, there's some really great stuff still in store. We're not finished yet. We're sprinting to the finish with pure quality. We've got essentially 3 more sessions to do, so we'll go straight into the next session before our break, and that is a plenary session called Leveraging the Power of Intra-African Trade for Commodity-Based Industrialization. Leveraging the Power of Intra-African Trade. And for that, we have a star moderator, Eleni Diokas, CNN anchor and correspondent. Please give her a warm round of applause.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be with you today. My name is Eleni Diokas. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN. A big thank you to this fantastic panel that's just wrapped up. It was illuminating. It gives us a sense of how important the creative industry is for the continent, for growth, for integrating some of the incredible skills that we're seeing on the continent. As we say goodbye to this fabulous panel, one last round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fantastic. Now we're going to get into the little bit more serious numbers. Something I'm very passionate about, Afrexim is passionate about, many people in this room are passionate about, because frankly, when we're talking about commodities and increasing value chains, many things come to mind. The Continental Free Trade Area, the impact that that's having from a policy perspective, and of course, as we're doing implementation. For me at CNN, I cover many stories. I have a show called Connecting Africa, where we really delve into what we're experiencing on the ground, how businesses are trying to expand into different territories, embark on cross-border payments, which of course continue to be a challenge. And of course, some people are really trying to invest deeply in expanding value chains. So value-added products are absolutely vital. There's a few things holding us back though, and that is colonial era commodity extraction. The way that it was developed in our past, that is still a noose around our necks today. So we're going to be talking about how to break that cycle, how to propel Africa into a new world, a new future, where we take control of our commodities, expand our value chains, make sure that we impact social, economic development, increase jobs and skills. There is so much opportunity. I'm delighted to welcome my panel on stage today. We have Mr. David Coffey, CEO, African Association of Automotive Manufacturers. Please welcome on stage. David, a good friend. We talk about cars all the time and the value chain. Dr. Carlos Lopez, professor in the Nelson Mandela School of Public Governance, University of Cape Town. Ms. Flory Lizia, President and CEO, Corporate Council on Africa. Please leave one chair for me in the front. You can take a seat. There we go. Thank you. Ms. Ahuna Eziakwanwa, UNDP's Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa. Mr. K. Duque, CEO, Development Bank of Ghana. Professor Theophile Azomahu, Executive Director, African Economic Research Consortium. Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary, United Nations for Economic Commission for Africa. And Mrs. Kanayo Awani, Executive Vice President, Intra-African Trade Bank, or Afrexim, as we are here, to celebrate their 30th year anniversary. Fantastic to have you all on stage. Great. I'm just checking on this mic. Is it on? Checking the mic? Yes, fantastic. Welcome, everyone. Fantastic. Take a seat.
Oh, hi, I'm Kate. Good, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay. You sit here, I'll sit there.
How is everyone doing? Have you had a good few days? Yes. Is that a yes?
This is a full
All right,
panel,
we need a
right?
bit more
This
energy.
is
I
a
know
full
it's in the
panel.
afternoon, but this is going to be a fantastic panel.
It's
We've
gonna
got
be quick now,
incredible
I think so.
voices, people that are
This is your last one.
absolutely committed to the expansion of value chains on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, these are part of these people are part of the team that are making incredible changes in Africa. So I'm really delighted to be having this conversation. Theophile, I want to start with you purely because I alluded to colonial development of resource extraction and how this is holding us back as a continent. It's important to look back at history to understand where we are today, how it's impacting us economically, and what lessons we have learned. If you could start with the context, please, and I'd like to just remind everyone, we only have 1 hour, so we need just a couple of minutes answers each so we can keep it interactive and keep it going. So Theophile, I'd like to start with you. Yeah. Not yet. Can we just check your mic? Say hello. Is it working?
There's a roving one.
Checking the mic. Could you speak again? Not working. Can we get some assistance, please? Fantastic. Thank you for saving us. There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you. And I would like to start by, extending my appreciation to the Afreximbank for this invitation to join the panel. And to put the context, let me start by telling a story, a very simple story. Yes. Okay. It's the story of an extremely rich country in Africa, so rich. And let me take just one part of this country that we call the rainforest of Congo Basin. Yeah. The rainforest of Congo Basin is the largest in Africa and only second to Amazon. Okay. It's so huge with the biodiversity and so important that yes, yeah, and this forest is so important that most experts, many experts characterize as, a factor of climate mitigating, Yeah. And now, move from this forest to the Congo, the whole country. Yeah. It's a huge country, the Congo. Congo is so rich with a lot of natural resources. It's like there's no limit. We even used to say that it is a, natural scandal. Okay. And now move from Congo to Africa. Okay. From the forest to Congo to Africa. Africa is so rich.
Are you talking about
resources.
Wakanda?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so rich. How it comes that we are sitting in huge natural resources, and yet we manage poverty, and we beg help. When you look at the composition of FDI in Africa, the main focus of the FDI, of this inflow, is resource extraction and less labor intensive. So what is happening is that Africa is at the bottom of the global value chain, with its, manufacturing at only 2%. I think we need, from the past colonial, way of extracting resources in Africa. I remember, 2 days ago, someone said, no good should leave Africa and come back, leaving the capital abroad. And Dangote was saying that we used to import poverty and export jobs. African countries rely too heavily on raw commodities. So we need to add value to each good we produce.
So, and we know we need to do this. And frankly, we've been having this conversation for such a long time, but I feel there's something different now. We are galvanized in a way that I have not seen before. I want to bring you in here. The work that you're doing at Afrexim. You don't have a microphone? Let me help you out. The work that we've seen at Afrexim, there we go. The work that we've been seeing that Afreximbank has been doing, and frankly many other institutions, to change the trajectory of what we're talking about with value add, I mean, it's phenomenal. There's so much work that needs to be done. So tell me, where are we now?
But it's just well, first of all, thank you for curating this panel, and we're glad to have this conversation as Afreximbank. But to support what he said, it's coming from a colonial past, the direction of trade, the structure of a trade. If you remember, it is on record that there was a strategy to use Africa for exploitation only and dump manufactured goods on us. There was a strategy that there will be no effort to manufacture at home. There was an effort to ensure that we don't even trade with our neighbors. African countries, or Africa, we were not allowed to deal with external markets on our own. It had to be exploitation and back. What we have tried to do in Afreximbank is to reverse that strategy.
Do you think that strategy still exists?
Well, it has influenced the low levels of intra-African trade. It has influenced the historical patterns of trade. And so we trade more with outside of the continent than ourselves. It has definitely influenced that. Even the trading routes, So what we're trying to do in Afreximbank is to do a reversal of that strategy. Yeah. And that's when we introduced, a few years ago, what we call our Plan 5, Impact 2021, Africa Transformed. And then it followed it by, in 2022, with the same consolidating on that strategy, which was extending the frontiers, and building on the gains of Plan 5. So what does it say? We'll promote intra-African trade, and one of the pillars of our promoting intra-African trade is creating capacity for processing at home. Yeah. It is to ensure that also industrialization and export development was a big part of our strategy. In any event, we cannot talk about intra-African trade without industrialization and export development, because intra-African trade, that strategy didn't allow us to trade, but intra-African trade means that we have to add value to be able to trade with each other. What's the point of Nigeria selling cocoa to Cote d'Ivoire? What's the point of...
It's all interconnected, isn't it?
It is all interconnected.
Thank you. Let's touch on some of the incredible points that Kanayo just mentioned. Carlos, I want to bring you in here. And, we would hear listening to industry. Where are the mics? Can we get some help? Please? Some microphones for my fabulous guests. We're getting our steps in today up and down the stage, by the way. Okay, so we just heard about, industrialization. It's not mutually exclusive to what we see on intra-Africa trade, which is stuck at that 50% needle, right? But if you take the informal side of things and you see what's happening informally at border points, it's probably higher, we know it is. But we still don't have that pulled into the formal sector. Long-term capital is fragmented. We know what we need to do. So in your mind, Carlos, the African Continental Free Trade Area going live, it is exciting, but do you think it's going to have the impact that we need without the money behind it in these big sectors?
Well, it's a game changer. It's a game changer in different ways. First, because it will allow for the real integration to take place. It's going to act as a pulling factor for another 4 areas of integration: free movement of people, infrastructure integration, productive integration, which is the value chains, and obviously macroeconomic convergence. But we have to be a bit patient. If we just go into the scholar work in this area, there is a so-called Balesa curve. You start with sort of free trade arrangements that are going to produce some harmonization of tariffs, and then you start moving up the ladder. If we look into the timeline that has taken other regions to reach the levels of integration that allow for this increase and growth of their trade, we are actually moving pretty fast. Because if you think the Abuja Treaty, that basically was the foundation of this free trade area, was adopted in 91, and between 91 and 2012, nothing really happened. It was only in 2012 that we really started working on it, and we gave a deadline of 5 years to finalize the negotiations. And they were finalized. And the entry into force was in the middle of a pandemic. So this is quite remarkable. Not sufficient? Of course not. As you say, we need to move much more faster. We are in a catch-up mode. When you are a latecomer, you are in a catch-up mode all the time. My symbol is the cheetah because it's the fastest animal on earth. I don't like the lions because they are not gender sensitive. But I think it's very important for us to bear in mind that the reason why you can have a panel of 8 people that probably are going to repeat themselves, or we are going to repeat ourselves, in terms of praising commodity-based industrialization, is because now we have made enough progress for people to understand this is the way to go. But just in 2013, when we published at ECA a report precisely on commodity-based industrialization, I don't say we were preaching at the desert, but almost. Everybody was against it, saying there's no chance of really doing this. It's not going to work. The Africans are latecomers. The windows are closed. And, you know, the name list was quite long. And here we are.
It's economically unviable to expand on value chains because you're so late. I remember the conversation. Huh? I mean, truly fascinating, Carlos, what you're bringing to the table here. We have another panelist joining us. If you didn't think we had enough amazing voices, we have one more to add. Joining us virtually, Mr. Yofi Grant, the CEO of Ghana Investment Promotion Agency. Welcome, sir. We've been waiting for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've been hearing some of the conversation we've been having. I know that Ghana, and by the way, I'm really excited to be back in Accra. What a fantastic city. Ghana's really been pushing extensively, right, on industrialization, on value-added products. Specifically, I'm fascinated with what you're doing in the automotive sector. We've covered a lot of what Ghana is doing on my show on Connecting Africa. Based on what you've just heard, where are we right now in terms of momentum and timeline? And how is Ghana reviewing what it's going through economically, right? We're dealing with major economic uncertainty at a global level. We have food concerns. We're seeing inflation bite. We've got currency worries. And yet we have this ambitious strategy, and we must not be derailed.
Absolutely not. Thank you very much, Elena. Thank you very much. Absolutely not. We cannot be derailed, and we should not be derailed. And you ask where we are right now. I think there have been some initial, trades taking place. I know between Ghana and Kenya, Ghana and South Africa are very keen to start engaging on trading stuff. But the true thing is that history has not been kind to us, and we all recognize that. And like you did say, we stand the risk of 8 people on the panel repeating themselves. But look at Africa. Currently, what are our resources? What truly is the economy of Africa? And it's been said already, most of our economies were built on the export of our raw materials and resources by others who converted those raw material resources into products. And invariably, most of the time, our own raw materials were taken and we imported the finished goods out of those raw materials. So what the AFCFTA does is to inspire us to take a second look at that. And that is what in Ghana we've started with the one district, one factory policy, ensuring that we add value to our raw materials and resources. But if you look at the whole African continent, I keep saying 90% of the world's deposits of platinum, chromium, and I think cobalt are in Africa. Over 50% of the world's gold is in Africa, not to mention diamonds and other minerals. We supply about 12% of the world's oil. You have 22 countries in Africa that have petroleum and coal. You have 13 countries in Africa that produce industrial minerals like diamonds, gypsum, salt, sulfur, phosphates as main commodities. And then you have 11 countries who are top producers of what I would say some of the most important minerals in the world today. There's gold, there's iron, there's bauxite, there's zinc, there's copper, there's lithium, there's manganese. And so you ask, so what has happened over history? I mean, we have all these resources, and yet we've allowed others to take them away and then sell the resources here. And in the process, Africa has not been able to build any real capital formation. We haven't engineered capital formation, which has also limited our purchasing power. So a wealthy continent, but poor people, because we didn't add value to our raw materials and resources.
So
we didn't take advantage of the market that we have.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm glad you mentioned all those commodities. I was just like, as you were speaking, I'm thinking, what if we take the value chain back of cocoa? What if we take the full value chain of coffee? What if we look at hard commodities and truly imagine what our world would be like right now if we had full control of those value chains? But I'm also sitting here wondering, imagine how the other countries that are watching on with the narratives that are playing out right now, saying Africa is ready to take its value chains back. What does it mean for us? We're going to lose huge parts of the certain value chains and the margins that we've been benefiting from. And that must be absolutely scary. Pedro, I want you to jump in here. Because we're ready. Africa is now. Africa is not in the future. Africa is now.
Absolutely. First, I would like to say that things are happening on the continent. In 2007, we organized a big table on managing Africa's natural resources for growth and poverty reduction. This was a meeting between ministers of finance of OECD countries and selected ministers of finance from Africa. And some of the fundamentals on how to pursue resource-driven industrialization in Africa were discussed in that particular meeting. One of the things was that, well, it was important for Africa to have its own resource companies. Today, we've heard from Dangote. We have a captain of industry in Africa that is promoting value addition on the continent. He is the, let's say, king of cement today in Africa. He's also now adding value to the oil and gas that is produced on the continent through the refineries. Things are happening. I think my predecessor talked about cobalt. Together with Afreximbank and other multilateral development banks on the continent, in November 2001, we organized the DRC Africa Business Forum, which was aimed at, indeed, enabling the continent to go up in the value chain. This is the battery minerals will be about, the battery and electric vehicle sector will be about $46 trillion by 2050. 70% of the cobalt is produced by DRC. DRC's GDP is between $50 and $60 billion. Tesla market valuation is $1.3 trillion in 2001, January 2001. So that is the problem that we need to sort it out. So today, we are very proud to announce that a pre-feasibility study has been concluded or will be concluded by August, September, that will enable these countries that are rich in mineral resources to go up, battery minerals to go up in the value chain.
That's amazing. Round of applause for that. Did you guys know that?
But for this to happen, for this to happen, let me indicate one or two things. First, it's not because of lack of visions and strategies. We've adopted the African mining vision in 2009 that Africa is not industrializing. It's because we're not connecting the dots. It's not because we're not putting industrial policy at the center of our development policy. And industrial policy is not the business of the Minister of Industry alone. It's the business of the entire government. We need to address, for example, the problematic that Professor Carlos Lopez mentioned earlier, I think, in setting the scene about the economic geography on the continent, that all of our infrastructure was designed to export raw materials from the continent, not internally. So we are talking today, COVID has demonstrated the importance of us develop our own supply chains. Yeah. What we call, perhaps, with others call nearshoring, others call friendshoring. I think we need to promote Afrishoring. That is, to produce for Africa, to industrialize for Africa, moving from resources for infrastructure to resources for sustained development and industrialization.
Brilliant points. I have so many follow-up questions, but I want to get to Ahune because, you know, we had a chat before we came on stage. And look, there's one thing I really do whenever I travel is I look at the experience of the woman. And I see what women are going through. And I see that they are the most important person in the family unit in terms of agriculture, in terms of trading, in terms of economic development. And yet women are not really integrated in what we're discussing in terms of industrialization. And yet you are really looking at how that can change. What needs to be done to have women involved in this conversation?
Well, thanks, Eleni. I think first we have to promote more women leaders in these corridors.
Round of applause for that. All the men in the room, mostly.
I think the more women we can have making decisions, the closer we will get to this reality. But I think if you're an African sitting here, you're probably quite tired of hearing about Africa's potential, right? Africa is pregnant with potential, and the baby never seems to arrive. Why? And I don't think we can sit here and blame colonialism, because that is a feature of what happened to many countries, not just countries in Africa. And some of them have moved on, and Africa hasn't. And that's a question that is domestic to the African population to ask. Why is it that our growth, our trajectory is so much slower than other places that also were colonized, right? Why is it taking us this many years to get out of the trap of the kind of export?
Why do you think?
Yeah, no, I think a big part of it is governance, you know, and politics. You know, you start and you get your industrial policy today, and the next government comes and throws it away and starts a new one. Mm-hmm. I think we're talking about policy integration. It's a part of it, you know, but basically African leaders and governance as a system has to look at this issue as existential, that we need to make this institutionally anchored, not on the politics of the day. We need to ensure that in every country there is a realization that what happened during COVID, where we had this lockdown of the economies and Africa could not bring in anything that it needed to survive because we were not producing locally.
And it took a crisis of that magnitude for us to look
for us
inwards
to get the
seriously.
realization. But getting to women and the role of women in this, I think, you know, AFCFTA is that child that's now been born, right? And it represents a big deal for this continent in terms of getting us to that industrialization reality, as some of the panelists have already said. But it's not going to be meaningful unless we make women the face of AFCFTA. It needs to be feminized, because where you find women is in the marketplace. Yes. Women have always been the traders. They've always traversed borders, not only to trade for economic development, but to trade for education. How many people know a woman who sold akara to send 10 children to school. Many. You cannot leave women out of this equation,
Do you feel that women are left out of this?
Well,
at this stage?
you know, it's always an afterthought. You know, after a while, we just think,
like a
okay,
by
we
the
need to
way.
tick the box and talk about
Yeah.
gender. But I think upfront, we need to talk about her AFCFTA. And that's one thing that UNDP has launched recently with the AFCFTA Secretariat. We launched it in Cape Town last month. Her AFCFTA is about investing in a way that makes the businesswoman export ready. And that's a whole chain of activities that we need to look at.
Thank you so much for that intervention. I mean, honestly, this is not anecdotal. I see it through stories. I speak to the women. In fact, they hold so many ideas and solutions that we need in terms to propel the continent forward. Floria, I want to bring you in here, and I wanted to talk about AGOA. And I think AGOA has definitely been a topic of conversation. It's like, what is the US relationship with Africa right now? How successful has AGOA been? Are we losing, trade with the US? Is our relationship deteriorating because some African countries did not vote to condemn the war in Ukraine? Are we losing that relationship with the West? Are we aligning with different bodies, and how does it impact the likes of AGOA? But, I like to look at the numbers, and I think the numbers are always very telling about reality. So give it to us.
So first of all, thanks for having me here and for having a U.S. perspective added to the voices of Africa. We feel privileged to partner with the Africans through a variety of programs and initiatives that the U.S. has. AGOA is certainly the cornerstone of our economic relationship. It acknowledged in 2000 that we didn't want to just focus on aid and development assistance, but that we needed to look at trade. And fast forward to today, we're also very focused on investment into Africa's manufacturing and value addition and beneficiation on the continent of its resources. AGOA was not put in place to help Africans send more raw commodities to the United States. That never was the goal. And so even though, obviously we would love to have a lot more of Africa's products being exported to the United States. We have a huge market. We're still the largest market for a number of key economies and AGOA beneficiaries, the largest single country market. And so AGOA is important, and it is an important opportunity. I think last year in 2022, we had about 9.4 billion in just AGOA exports, and probably another billion or so in GSP exports, so probably about 10.4 billion. And there is a narrative in the US now that we're pushing our Congress to extend AGOA for another 10 years. It ends September 30th of 2025, but we're saying do it now. Do it in 2023 and signal to investors, especially US investors, that this is a program that's going to last for a while. There's certainty to it, and if you go into Africa and invest in processing, adding value to Africa's raw materials to export back to the US. It's for everywhere they can export, whether it's to the rest of the continent or other places, but most importantly, to export back to the US. And people will say to us in Congress recently, we're going up there and pushing our cause, and they'll say, oh, only a few countries in Africa are benefiting. There are only a handful of products that are benefiting. And that actually is not true. They don't have their facts straight. So of the 35 AGOA eligible countries in 2022, 35 of them exported products to the US last year under AGOA. 35, all of them. Of the 35, 19 of them exported over 100 million. And then another maybe 9 or so of them exported between 10 and 99 million. Yeah. The other thing that is happening, and we would like to see a lot more of that, but focusing on the issue of women, I've been in a lot of those factories that had just maybe 10, 15, 20 women. And those numbers, when you look at them, are so small on our end. When we look at them, we basically minimize what it means on the other end.
Yeah.
And I was sharing earlier
Yeah.
that we have people who are shipping products, women who are able to now pay the school fees for their children, including girls. Hello.
The impact is enormous.
And they've never had that before.
Yeah.
So we
just
want
to confirm, I mean, you also said it's important for US companies to come and invest in value-added industries in Africa, right? Interesting. Okay. We've got Kay and we've got Dave left to go first round, and then we're going to hopefully do a second, third round of questions. So we're running out. Okay, Dave, I want to bring you in here. You and I, we've spent a lot of time together. Is my mic out?
Yes.
Should I shout?
Please take this one.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Is this okay? All right. Always fun. We spent some time together. We've spoken about how important the automotive sector is, and it's an exciting sector, isn't it? I mean, frankly, there's so much opportunity. We spent some time in South Africa together where, the OEM market is very advanced, it's mature. Ghana is doing incredible things. But what's interesting about industrialization with using the automotive sector is that really just propels and mobilizes things. You're focusing on 6 nodes of excellence on the automotive front. Could you take us through that and how commodities are going to be an important part of that industrialization process?
Thank you. And I just want to commend Afreximbank before I start for the incredible work you're doing on industrialization and trade on the continent. It's phenomenal, including your support for the automotive sector. So the automotive sector is at a step change in 2023 in Africa now. We have developed a continental automotive strategy in collaboration with Afreximbank, AU, AFCFTA Secretariat, UNESCO, ASA, and AAAM. It's been approved by the Council of Ministers of the AFCFTA. A task force has been set up to implement this now with the support of member states. So what's happening in Africa in auto is deliberate, right? It doesn't happen by chance. So there are 6 countries now in Africa, in addition to Morocco and South Africa, hub nodes, Lenny was saying, hub assemblers that are either implementing policy now or approving to implement. And those include Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Algeria, Egypt, and Kenya. And those will be hub assemblers. And as Minister Adebayo articulated on Sunday, we need hub assemblers supported by value chains developing around those countries. And Afreximbank's doing some value chain research to identify those opportunities. So we really are at a point of significant change in Africa. We're in a unique position now with the electrification and drive to reduce carbon emissions in the world, with the critical mineral reserves that we've got to transform those reserves. And there are a number of examples where it's been shown from research like cobalt, we can transform cobalt into precursors competitively in the world in DRC. And there's work going on there in Zambia. And I know of other projects where it's been explored for mineral transformation. We have copper. However, every wiring harness in Africa assembled in a car actually has copper imported as rod. We need to change that.
Imported. So just repeat that. So the copper rods that we get are all imported.
They're all imported, yet we have copper on the continent. The rod gets imported, it then gets drawn, and a plastic sheath gets put over it, and it gets assembled into a car.
Is that easy to produce locally? Would that be an easy product to produce locally?
Absolutely, and it just helps the rule of origin. So it can be. It's refining the copper to the right level of technical. And then we have the rubber example, and yet we have a dearth, a lack of tire manufacturers in the heart of Africa. And it's quite complicated, but it can be solved with the right framework. So there's a massive opportunity for transformation of commodities in Africa. And you've got vehicle manufacturers now exploring what's their role in this value chain. Some are going to own equity in mines. Others are going to become experts in designing the battery so that it is cost effective and it can be recycled. So there's great interest in what we've got to offer, and we've really got to capitalize on this opportunity.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dave. Kay, great to have you with us. We just heard from Dave that the automotive sector is really important in what we do in terms of what we're seeing in Ghana. We've done some incredible stories on that front. And I think Ghana is really just leaping forward. There are quantum leaps that are occurring locally. But I wonder how the small to medium-sized enterprises are being integrated in this industrialization process and what your experience has been.
Well, thank you. I think the key question for us is how we, in Ghana, is how we achieve sustainable prosperity. So if we take a lot of what's been said, which we can't disagree with, the context is that we've really been, for a long time, focused, as you said, on the extractive industries. The impact of focusing on the extractive industries has been that we have not really invested in human capital. And so, as a result of that, particularly where we are at the moment, we haven't been able to move up the value chain. And moving up the value chain is critical. But it's actually a more complex problem than that. Because once you move out of the extraction, once you move out of the first part of the value chain, the outgrowers, etc., you then come into market forces. And you enter a market environment which you must respect. And so for us as a development bank, we only focus and are trying to change a mindset into building competitive and bankable businesses. And there's too much woolly thinking to assume that we can immediately assume a value chain just because of force of will. And that just doesn't happen.
Is the economic environment not conducive right now?
The economic environment is extremely conducive, and all the potential that's been mentioned is real and it's there. But it must be based on pure market forces and putting up bankable deals. And what do I mean by that? Today, if I move out the value chain and I wish to add value to the next stage by processing, etc., I have to compare that to my consumer's alternative. And that has to be key. Now, in the local market, because of proximity and potentially some prohibitive tariffs, it may look competitive. But once I go out of that cocoon, which actually helps me build, I've got to then realize that even with ACFA, which is a game changer, I now have to face full market forces. And that's what we're trying to change. It's all, for me, a lot of it is about changing our mindset to realize that we have to compete. And the competition is not just about building up the value chain, it's seeing how we contribute to
You
the
say we
different
have to
stages of that
compete,
value
but
chain.
can we compete? Can we? You say we have to compete, but can we compete? Can we realistically compete, pragmatically compete?
You can, because you've seen companies that have done that and are doing that. And the precedents that we see. But there's also a lot of companies that have been supported in the short term without taking into account any moral hazard, are not bankable, and those are the kind of companies that actually are a bane of building a thriving economy.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic to hear your perspective in terms of the way you're thinking about it, because it's very practical, isn't it? You know, this is a practical way of viewing this. Okay, I think we've got about 20 minutes left, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to try and split. This is a juggling act, I have to say, with incredible voices. I feel like I just want to be talking to you, all of you, at least for half an hour each. Theophile, I'm going to come back to you. You started the conversation. So I want you to jump in here based on some of the things that you've heard and what you think the challenges might be. Because honestly, when I think about the problems, they scare me. And it's cross-border payments, it's the infrastructure, it's the electricity, it's the market forces, whether we can compete effectively instead of importing and so forth.
Yeah, I think there are ways to compete, and I believe we can compete. The thing is, we need to create an environment which is conducive for competition. And one way is to have an exchange rate which is competitive. And that's the way policy can, sustain and help, the industrialization. We can use, for example, exchange rates as a policy or industrialization instrument. Why? The reason is, there are about 3 mechanisms through which exchange rate can support and help, the industrialization. One is to reallocate the domestic demand to locally produced goods. One thing. Second thing is to increase the foreign demand for locally produced and competitive goods through the mechanism of imports and exports. And third mechanism is to allow the infant sectors to emerge. And these infant sectors are the sectors that have higher learning, potential. So via these 3 mechanisms, exchange rates, which is managed, or exchange rates or monetary policies managed by, policies, can help really to sustain the industrialization. So there are ways to compete. Yeah. The starting point is to add value, first thing. When you add value, you add price to the goods. When
the market is then created.
Yes, when the good has a price, then you can put this good on the market. Yeah. And then you can trade value, price, market.
Simple
trade.
Economics. The formula exists. Kanayo. One of the things that I spoke to President Orama earlier. One of the things that honestly comes across my desk is payments. That is definitely a hindrance. The movement of goods cross-border, it's easier to bring something in through a port as opposed to look at your neighboring countries that might be, producing the same product. I mean, these big challenges, I know you're working at chipping those away, which is fantastic. But is that holding us back?
Well, before I answer that question, and Eleni, you need to give me some time so that I can also tell the audience all the things we are doing in this space. I would like to use that platform and address a few of the comments that I've heard here. Cocoa, right? So that people know that we have a cocoa initiative where we're supporting the cocoa value chain. And in fact, we have contributed to Côte d'Ivoire being the largest, surpassing Netherlands to be the largest producer of cocoa products in the world. And that will actually address the issue of competition. So we've supported special economic zones or export processing zones and industrial parks in Gabon. Today, Gabon, that industrial park is the biggest producer of veneer in the world, exporter of veneer. We've also done the automotive strategy, as Dave graciously acknowledged. And it's not just for the policy interventions, which we did, the automotive policy for the continent. We're also intervening in financing. It's important to know that we're also doing financing of automotive, of that sector. I think Pedro also forgot to mention that we're working together on the battery precursor program in Zambia, industrial parks in Zambia and DRC. And that's to tap into the market he mentioned about, what did you say,
46
trillion, but now it's about 7.7 to ensure that and that's part of our value chain intervention in the automotive sector. And just to also say that we are big on, the reason we're supporting industrial parks is because it deals with issues of infrastructure deficit. So investors can come and plug and play. So we have a whole suite of products from project preparation to equity play. Some of the industrial parks in Gabon, Benin Republic, Togo, and a pipeline of about $2 billion. We've already spent about almost $1 billion supporting industrial parks across the continent. It's just because it deals with issues of delocalization from China so that we can position ourselves to take advantage of at least even the light manufacturers, and also to deal with issues of infrastructure.
Let me ask you this, because I think this is important and kind of speaks to what Flori was mentioning, and then Kay had also alluded to this. What kind of money are you seeing flowing into these value-added products and businesses? Is it international money? Is it FDI? Is it local businesses? What's the mix? Because I'm just playing devil's advocate here. If the value chain is still owned by foreigners or foreign businesses,
I think it is foreign direct investments, but what we now call in our own parlance and Afreximbank, Africa Direct Investments.
Okay, so we're seeing
Yeah, we're
ADI.
seeing it. We're seeing those, I talked about wood, veneer, flowing from Gabon to Egypt. Egypt has a huge furniture sector. So you see all of that across. And we're also dealing with issues of standards, harmonization of standards, because that's also an inhibition.
Very important, yeah.
I know you want me to stop, but that's fine.
Amazing. Always good to talk to you. I'm going to take you out for lunch so we can talk about this at length. We'll record the conversation and put it online. Pedro, tell me.
On the issue of small and medium enterprises, I think we need to use smart local content policies, for which there are a couple of fundamentals. One is that our industrial, trade policy, and international relations policy should be part of the same continuum. Why am I saying so? Because sometimes we go and sign bilateral investment treaties that reduce the policy space that you have to pursue local content policies. Bilateral investment treaties require from you to give equal treatment to the citizens of the country with whom you signed those bilateral investment treaties as the ones locally in your own countries. And local content policy is about privileging your own citizens. So that coherence, institutional and policy coherence, is critical for us to making industrial policy work in Africa. That's a fundamental issue. We have problems there of fault lines between our different policy instruments. And then the ecosystem also, I mean, again, going back to the point about small and medium enterprises and domestic investors, you call it African direct investors. Many of our governments, and I keep on repeating this, spend lots and lots of time in creating an enabling environment for foreign direct investors. They don't spend enough time in creating an enabling environment for the African direct investors. That needs to be fixed. And last point is really about your point about the market for electric vehicles on the continent. Yes, indeed, currently we might have a market of more or less 1 million or so, but the governments can send the right kinds of signals. For example, now in Ethiopia, the government has quite directly indicated that first, second-hand vehicles will come at a very, very, very expensive cost. So removing that particular aspect is important. Second, that combustion engine, whatever based vehicles will equally suffer heavily, whilst electric vehicles will come almost at a zero sort of tax. That's an important policy signal. And
it is, but there's so many issues with EVs right now and the viability on the continent, right? Electricity,
absolutely.
affordability.
The relevant infrastructure so that we have, but that will create jobs so in all of those charging stations and so on. So that the role of state is basically, I'm saying, it's not just about market forces. I think we need governments, the Professor Carlos Lopez, I think, worked a lot of time on this transformational leadership, developmental state. We need a developmental state a la 2023.
Yeah. Brilliant. Who wants to pick up? Okay, and then Kay, and then Carlos. Okay. Yeah, okay.
If I may.
Okay.
The problem is that there is nothing that I disagree with. Right. There is a role for government, and there is a role for the multilateral agencies, without a doubt. And it's particularly in terms of being a catalyst, and also to create an enabling environment, as you say, for domestic investment, and de-risking the sector. But that is the role. But you also have to set a criteria of success. And whether you start the first 2, 3, 4, 5 years by concessionary loans, by providing discounts and all those and tariffs. For sustainable prosperity, at some stage, the private sector must run by itself. And you have to have that as a criteria of success, that all the companies that we invest in, that 10 years' time, are they still there? And I look at development banks in my country, and we are determined that we need to be there in the next decade, which means that, as an example, and we do the same for our partner banks, the same for our SMEs, we cannot harm our balance sheet, even at a time when we're needed the most to lend. And so that longevity is important. And so unless we have a clear criteria and a clear understanding what success means for the private sector, we will continue to create moral hazard. We'll continue to create companies that are essentially are not sustainable after the donors leave. And that must stop.
What's the failure rate in Ghana right now in terms of small to medium-sized enterprises?
Pardon?
The failure rate.
The
failure.
The failure rate. That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
I think in terms of things that have been supported on a concessionary basis, I think if you look at companies that have lasted longer than 3-5 years,
yeah,
it will probably be in the single digit.
Okay.
And that speaks itself to the criteria of success.
Yeah.
But there are companies, and let me be clear, there are companies that are succeeding. There are companies that have built, because they are built on the governance principles that everybody here is talking about.
And they need that framework, right? Carlos, you can jump in here.
Yes, 3 quick points that we have not mentioned yet, at least enough. Climate,
yes.
Technology.
I'm glad you mentioned climate.
Well, in terms of climate, in fact, the rules of trade are going to change completely. And there is already the indications that it's not just about new forms of protectionism, it's also countries losing a bit of sovereign capacity in terms of taxation, with taxes being imposed on them cross-border. And this is going to be based on carbon. And the carbon markets are going to migrate from just mitigation, adaptation, into also how we value the intensity of carbon in different products. So all of this is going to completely change the way you integrate value chains globally. And as latecomers, Africans have to jump into this new type of environment with determination, because they have some assets. One of them has been referred here many times over, which is the fact that we have strategic minerals that can empower some of the value chains of the future. Then we have the issue of technology. So people are very worried about the fact that Africa is so late in creating the ecosystems, the conditions for technological development, that from an industrial point of view, they may actually be subject to premature deindustrialization, because we are going to have automation, robotization, and artificial intelligence that is going to completely change the equation. What people forget, though, is that we are going to be such a huge market of young consumers, the very largest in the world, and the more tech-intensive products and processes are, the more appealing they are for younger people and the less adapted for the older people. So countries that are aging, and it's the majority of the countries of the world, including China now, entering into that club, are going to reckon with the fact that the number of patents, creativity, and all the rest that they are going to be able to post is going to be diminishing dramatically because of aging. It's already the case in Japan. We can see the correlation in Japan because it's the oldest country in average age, and their patents is now about half of what it was just 20 years ago. So Africa really, whether people like it or not, is competing with robots. So either you have humans or you are going to have robots. Exactly. Because the aging societies will have to choose between the two. And this is going to create huge market opportunities in Africa. And last, the point about capital. You see, we are in a squeeze in terms of accessing capital markets. And we have been, over the last 2 days, debating a lot rating agencies and how to harness, the possibilities for the continent to industrialize and this and that by mobilizing the capital and the investors. We forget two things. First, we forget that savings are very much related to age. So the more aged the population is going to be in certain countries, the more savings they are going to have. But there will be a point where these savings will have to find some returns. Right now, in their countries, they are on negative interest rates. Yeah. This cannot go on. Yeah. So that's one. And the second is that we never talk about mobilizing our internal savings, which are quite substantial. The pension funds have about 1 trillion, but it's completely going into vehicles that are abroad, not in Africa.
Fantastic. You're a professor. I feel like we've learned so much just from that answer. It was brilliant. I want you to jump in here because we heard the demographic dividend on the continent that is staring us in the face, and we have so much opportunity. But we've also known the converse argument to that is we need skills, we need education, and we need to make sure that this new generation that is going to, I guess, completely change the continent needs to have something to look forward to. And it's up to us to make that happen.
Yeah, I actually think if you're a parent in the room and your biggest dream is to go see your child graduate with a cap and gown as a lawyer, not that I have anything against lawyers or whatever profession, you're part of the problem. All of us who only see education in terms of the university rooms are part of the problem. We need to reorient the African mindset. And this is not even copying the colonial systems, because no country in the world emphasizes just white-collar education and jobs as the pathway to prosperity. You go to Germany, a young man, a young woman graduates from high school with a diploma. They proudly can go to a farm to do apprenticeship, to become a farmer, and that is dignified, that is professionalized, that is considered respectful. In Africa, if you're a mechanic, if you're working as a farmer, if you're in any of these professions and you're my child, I don't even own you. I don't own up to you. This is mindset problem. And I think that's where we need to change in terms of education. Then the whole curriculum orientation towards skilling for the market of today, whether it's in the digital sort of technology era or in these areas of manufacturing that we're talking about. But finally, I think governance and leadership transformation that Pedro spoke to. We cannot ignore that in the equation. It took the government of Gabon, the leadership of Gabon, for Kanayo's initiative in Gabon to happen. If Gabon, as a country, had not opened their doors to that possibility by, in 2010, banning the exportation of raw wood, trees, the trees, the logs, as they are called, this would not be a possibility. So I really want to emphasize this idea that we also need leadership transformation and governance systems that respond to the needs of the market as an important equation, part of the equation.
Dave, I want you to jump in here. Yes, round of applause. Ahuna, you're fantastic. You can come to lunch with me and Kanayo, by the way. You should come to lunch with me and Kanayo, by the way, because we're gonna be having a great conversation. I want to talk more with the ladies on the panel. Sorry, men. But Dave, I want you to jump in here. Look, I think from what we've heard is the increasing of value chains is absolutely vital, and the automotive sector, and we touched on this on the EV front. I want you to give me a sense on what's happening on EVs and whether we should be seriously looking at this as a solution.
So you will see certain segments of mobility moving to electric quicker than others.
Yeah.
You're already seeing that in East Africa is driving two and three-wheel electric mobility along with public transport, because the public transport is easier to manage the charging infrastructure. We believe that you'll see passenger cars lagging, and that's happened in India. It followed the other two that I've mentioned before. I think the powertrain transition is also not a given. There's discussions about heavy commercial vehicles maybe being hydrogen. So there's also a challenge here is that the supply of critical minerals won't keep up with the demand. It's a fact. It's going to happen like that, and there are not enough mines out there. So there will be a balance on the way. But certainly, if I just reflect on carbon reduction, emission reduction in Africa, let's take the vehicles that come into Africa that are 18 years old, and let's stop that. Because those old technology, the catalytic converters that have been removed, let's start managing what comes into Africa. Yeah, and you can't just transition out of used vehicles immediately. It will take time as you develop the capability. So let's go on that journey and get that right. So the powertrain transition will be staggered. We're not ready for immediate electrification now.
Yeah.
The biggest driver is what you said, in affordability.
Affordability is so important.
It is.
And we cannot ignore that, right?
Yeah.
But we cannot be a dumping ground for these aged
cannot.
vehicles. Absolutely. Flori, I want you to jump in here. And Yofi, don't worry, I have not forgotten about you. You can have the last word because you're looking over us like the big brother, on the stage. Flori, I want you to come in here because I think Carlos mentioned something really important that I really have been covering a lot, and that's the climate agenda. And the question that keeps on coming up is, can Africa truly industrialize with so much pressure that we're getting to try and make sure that we don't increase our carbon footprints? And the narrative is Africa should be allowed to industrialize and use its own resources. And yes, increase its carbon footprint, and perhaps we can do it better and a little bit cleaner, but it's not that simple. So what are you hearing in terms of from the United States, in terms of Africa's ability to have the right to industrialize, but trying to make sure they do it better?
So I think on the issue of energy transition, I think that there has to be a balance across the different areas. I mean, I know that there isn't going to be much investment in fossil fuels, right? But gas as a transition that then, you can get your renewables as well. But right now, there isn't going to be enough in renewables for Africa to actually meet its electricity demands. Africa is still far behind and needs to be able to develop. It needs it for its manufacturing, it needs it for its hospitals, it needs it for its, education in schools. They have to have electricity, and there has to be a way for Africa to use its natural resources to be able to develop in the same ways that the industrialized nations today were able to do that. But I think it's also true that they are not the major producers of global warming, but they are feeling the impact of it. They are hurting from what's happening in global warming. And so I think that the transition, there has to be enough time, there has to be enough flexibility in the financing that happens for renewables, but also for products like gas. I don't speak for the US government though, but I'm just saying that there is a discussion about transition, and I think that's what's important.
The problem is the financing gap. This is another conversation. I mean, we need to have days on this, but thank you so much. Yofi, I'm coming to you last because I'm waiting for wise words and wisdom of how you're feeling, about how we can industrialize using our commodities, break these horrible cycles that we've, I think, eloquently laid out, and the ability to have strong enough companies that can endure the market forces that Kay was mentioning, really tap into our resources that are there for us. Tell us.
That's a very big question, because at the end of the day, I think for me, the critical elements are, one, constructive policy and engagement of our private sector, and two, capital, their ability to raise and direct capital into the productive sector. And of course, we all know that in the past, without industrialization, many countries have struggled to develop. But we are now in the information and technology age, where I think Africa can leapfrog and be as competitive as anybody. But the issue of capital still stands supreme. I mean, if you look at the African continent today, less than 400 companies have a turnover of $1 billion a year. And so the issue of capital formation is still key. Now, are we in a position to be able to negotiate much better than we did before? Especially in this current crisis of climate change, where Africa it's been suggested that we should trap some of our resources and not have access to capital to develop from those resources. So we are in a bit of an enigma. But then it takes you to the next. So what does Africa use is money for, if it ever had it? And how can we do better now? And I keep saying that the future is much more important than the past. So with us in Ghana, at least the GIPC, we are working with Afrexim and AFCFTA to make sure that the Pan-African Investment and Trade Agency becomes a reality. Additionally, as the Sub-Saharan Director for the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, I am pushing for the formation of an African Investment Promotion Association, which would bring together all the investment promotion associations in Africa. So we have a certain common goal that is directed to building up the continent. And I think that is key. And anybody who wants to come and invest in the continent, even at this point, is asking for a premium unfairly, when we are also very sure that returns from the African continent have been higher than almost every other region, at least according to UNCTAD and other reports that we've seen.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we need to be able to negotiate much better than we've ever done.
Thank
we have
you.
the resources. We should use those resources to negotiate for capital to develop ourselves. I think that is where we should look at. And
Thank
policy
you.
consistency is key.
Kanayo's smiling at me, so is Pedro. What's going on?
Yes, sorry, Eleni.
30 seconds, and then I'm giving Kanayo the last word.
No. She was going to have a last word, but there's one thing I wanted to say. Is the importance of science, technology, innovation.
Yes.
In all of this discussion about industrialization. Because, I mean, our conversation today has been predicated on Africa's comparative advantage, which is our natural resources, be it minerals or timber and so on and so forth. But that comparative advantage don't last forever. We need to invest in science, technology, innovation to build lasting competitive advantage. Otherwise, our fate is going to be like Nokia's fate. Thank you.
Nokia's fate.
Yes.
Wow.
Nokia disappeared.
I know it did. I had to really think back on that. Brilliant point. Brilliant point. We need R&D. We need to focus on space. We need to focus on aeronautical engineering. There's so much. Very quickly, do you want last word? Very short.
No, but I'll talk about PAPS. I didn't answer the question.
Yes, I know. Yes, PAPS is fantastic, actually.
Yeah, Mr. Grant, the Pan-African, the agency, which is the IPA for Africa, is very useful. If for nothing else, to improve the image of Africa, we call the image of Africa as an investment destination. So I wanted to agree with him, but also to talk about, and remember I didn't talk about PAPS. What PAPS will do is to facilitate trade in local currencies. So
in fact, you're doing it already, frankly. If you're buying something in SEDI, you can, from Egypt, you can settle in local currency.
Egyptian receives Egyptian pounds, And today, we launched what we call the Africa Trade Gateway, and that's an ecosystem that connects all our digital technologies. Remember that we believe that digital technologies will break down the 110 barriers that divide us. So we have PAPS, we have MANSA, we have Trader for access to trade and market information. Today we launched the ecosystem and the African Trade Exchange, which we're working together with yourselves in UNECA, which is a B2B marketplace, B2B marketplace, and B2G as well. So the Africa Trade Gateway will connect all the digital technology to one ecosystem. So you come in, for instance, to get market information, it takes you to MANSA to do verify the KYC information on a potential investor, then takes you to PAPS for settlement. And if you are looking for finance, you may start with a customer application form, application, and then meander in one ecosystem to all of these digital solutions. All I wanted to say was that in the next 30 years, we believe that Afreximbank will still be at the forefront of redefining trade in Africa, and that we'll continue to liberate. That's what we are good at. Execution capacity is very high to liberate ideas, both in the government sectors and in the private sectors.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for my fantastic panel. It was fantastic to have you on. Thank you for your interventions. Thank you for your insights and your wisdom. And I look forward to engaging with you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really been awesome.
So thank you. I think they will come and remove.
Thank you very much. Round of applause to our wonderful moderator from CNN, Eleni Giokos, for shepherding a very big panel on a very big subject. Now, we're nearing the end of the program. In fact, we're nearing the end of the AGM, but we still have a lot in store for you. 2 more major sessions. Stay in your seats at the moment, because coming up, we're going to take a walk down memory lane, and then we're going to talk about sports with Didier Drogba and Asamoah Gyan. Now, I just want to, for those of you who were in the room when we talked about CANEX, I just want to remind you that CANEX is going to be at the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2023, which is taking place on the 9th to the 15th of November in Cairo. So you can register on the Intra-African Trade Fair website. But I'm going to ask my colleagues, actually, because some of you were not in the room when we rolled the video that gave you a taster of the Creative Africa Nexus, or CANEX. So please roll that video one more time. Let's take a look at it.
There is no doubt that Africa boasts an abundance of creative talent, and Afreximbank acknowledges that the creative industries are of tremendous economic value to our entire continent. The Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, debuted in 2021. As a mechanism created by Afreximbank, CANEX has been designed to facilitate the development and growth of the creative and cultural industries in Africa and the diaspora.
The CANEX program is a key instrument of implementing a creative strategy. Quickly, we found out that the creative industry in Africa was crying for a nexus. They are crying to find that point where that you pull all of them together and they bring their ideas and also contribute solutions to the challenges they face.
What we're doing is just essentially an extension of what we know to do, which is to support Africa and support African businesses. And in this place, it's particularly important because it supports African youth.
We have been able to now begin to grow our film financing. We never had it before.
We have a dedicated film production financing product that we use to support those in the film industry, and AAA is one of those that is benefiting, from that facility.
For most entrepreneurs in the continent or filmmakers, access to financing is becoming the biggest stumbling block. So it was a painful process going from bank, trying to beg, and then the client said, listen, have you checked this bank called Afrexim? Creative economy has got that potential to have a massive upside. Afrexim understands that. It's got, of course, the return on investment at whatever percentage they give you. But if they come in, even especially when it comes to equity or making sure they give you IP, the upside could be massive.
We're big on capacity building. We think there are gaps there, and that's one of the things that Afreximbank has tried to address, the capacity, skills, knowledge gap.
Establishing the design studio of Aza Fahmi that's helped raise the next generation of jewelry markets and designers. I'm proud to have teamed up with African Expert Import Bank to share my passion with people who have the same desire.
And so we launched the Cookout Africa as a partnership between my company and Afreximbank. We've hosted 10 cookouts across the continent.
Well, we're out here at the Canex Music Factory, interacting with the local artists, with the Afreximbank, which is showing through this program of Canex, and I hope we're going to have a fruitful, massive One Africa, One Village, showcasing our cultural spirit.
So what has brought us here is an initiative we call Canex Presents Africa, which is an initiative which looks at unlocking market access opportunities for African designers.
Being part of the Canex group is really phenomenal because, I mean, my journey with Canex started last year when we showcased at Portugal Fashion Week. And coming here at Tranoi this year with Canex is really amazing because being part of the designers from the continent is really great because we showcase what the continent has to offer.
Message from all of this is that you should know that Afreximbank is behind you. As long as you're an African, you call to us, we will support you.
So there you have it, Canex. We'll see you 9th to the 15th of November in Cairo for that. Now, I'm told, speaking of events, I was just told that there's a very exciting event, I think on the 27th of, of this month, actually, next Tuesday in Ghana, and it's the automotive conference, the first of its kind. So I've been told for you to get in your cars and drive to the automotive conference because it would be worth the drive. Now, 2 more sessions to go, and you know, my good friend Omar Ben Yedda is the publisher of African Business Magazine, and they published an article called Afreximbank turns aspirations of Africa's founding fathers into reality. It came out in African Business. You can read it online about 5 days ago or so. And I was reading it in preparation for this 30th anniversary event. And I just, if I could, I know it's late, so I'll be brief. I just wanted to read an excerpt for you because it perfectly sort of like sets the tone for this next session. It says, it was decided that the headquarters of the new African Export-Import Bank would be in Cairo, Egypt, and that Nigeria would provide the first head of the new institution. Christopher Edodu, then head of Nigeria Afreximbank, was appointed as the premier president of the new institution and chairman of the board. He asked Orama if he wanted to join him in the new venture. This is 1993, we're talking about 30 years ago. Orama jumped at the chance and resigned from his old post rather than transfer on secondment, as was the prudent way. Quote, I burnt my boats, there was no way back. And that's it, there was no way back, but the only way was forward. Now we're going to go on to a plenary session that delves into 30 years of making a difference, reflections from former Afreximbank presidents. It's going to be moderated by Miss Anita Erskine, who is the CEO of Anita Erskine Media. Please, I know it's late, you've done a lot of clapping, a lot of listening, and a lot of interacting, but just raise yourself to give her a warm round of applause for this next session, 30 years of making a difference.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, but a little louder than that. It won't be for me, it will be for the founding fathers, for the people through which, because of whom we are here. So I know it's been a long day, but give me a wild and resounding round of applause. Oh, yes. If you know what it feels like to dream a dream and suddenly feel like that dream is not going to happen, put your hand up. You've dreamt it? A little higher. You've dreamt it and it's coming to fruition, but you don't think it'll last long. Put your hand up. You've dreamt it, it's come to fruition, and you're wondering what's next. Put your hand up. Those of you who haven't put your hand up, I'm so envious of you. You are the greatest people in the room. But my two gentlemen coming up here dreamt it, they feared it, they cried about it, they were broken over it. Then they had the energy to dream again, do again, pull people together. And now, 30 years later, we get to dream of 30 years from now. Isn't that wild? No, I can't hear your energy. Isn't that wild? So I know it's been long, but what is 3 days of deliberations without understanding what were they thinking? And now that we know what they were thinking and we're living their dream, what do they think about tomorrow? Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please allow me to bring to the stage two extraordinary former presidents of the Afreximbank. Please welcome His Excellency Christopher Edordu. Please welcome him. Joined by His Excellency Jean-Louis Ekra. Now guys, Africa needs to hear you clap because the success of Afreximbank is because of these two individuals. Your Excellencies, good evening. You're welcome. Are we going to mic him? Sir, you may take a seat, please.
Where do I sit? Here?
You may sit in the middle.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, this is going to be definitely quicker and less painful than what it felt like to be you pre-30 years ago. But I would like to ask each of you, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? Let's start off with you, sir.
First of all, before I answer, please permit me to congratulate our Afreximbank community that came along up to now. The Afreximbank community, I want to congratulate our shareholders who, in spite of all the difficulties and all the poor image of Africa at the time we started, agreed to soldier on with the institution. I want to congratulate our boards, present and past, who provided the leadership capacities, the skills, the guidance that led us to today. I want to congratulate all our staff that made all the difference that brought us to this day. I also congratulate our partner banks, EDB, Standard Chartered Bank, West LB, many German banks, French banks, and others who helped us to come to this day. You were asking what we're thinking.
Yes.
In my experience at the central bank, I was sent by the governor of the bank at a stage in my career to go to an organization in which Nigeria was a shareholder. That organization was winding up. And I carried a letter that authorized me to receive Nigeria's participation. The organization was winding up. That was somewhere in my mind about how an organization could be threatened by such events. When I came into Afreximbank, we were supposed to have a 3-year tenure for the board, 5-year tenure for the president, and other similar arrangements. There was so much fear and hesitation and doubt that the board was given 1 year. Indeed, as president, I was also supposed to be given 2 years, which means we were creating an organization that was in insolvency mode. We were going in with a chance that I was going again to take the shares of Nigeria and others, or distribute the shares of shareholders. But here we are, 30 years after. An organization that was expected to die within a year. I do really want to thank all, because the human factor was critical to the success of the organization that made our bank possible, all that made us to see 30 years. I would never have imagined that with all the doubt we will see today.
And here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
Your Excellency Ekra, 30 years means that not only have you seen, but you've also felt successful and probably unsuccessful interventions.
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking back, as you look back now, what would you say are some of the best interventions that were carried out? Maybe one or two over the last 30 years.
First of all, let me also join my predecessor. He always make my life easier because he leads the way and I have to follow his path. I had some difficulty sometimes to follow his path because his shoes are larger than mine. So I would like to really join him in thanking all who made this possible. I was asked yesterday what I considered the event that I'm most proud of. And my answer was very, very clear. It's the people, the staff that we had at this bank. I've seen some people who joined the bank very young, in their 20s, and who are still around. That is a very important factor in reaching the milestone that we have today. Then I came to Afreximbank, I would say merely by chance. I never imagined in my life that I would leave Ivory Coast at this time to go and work in Egypt. Not even to talk about any other country, but Egypt, that was so far away. The story is that a good friend of mine, a Ghanaian, by the way, called me one day and said, you know, I've seen an advert in The Economist. They were looking for a vice president for Afreximbank. And he said, what I've seen is you. I say, well, you know, I don't want to go out of Cote d'Ivoire at this stage. I have 5 kids, just raising them. He said, you should try. And I did apply, Fast forward, I joined the bank about 8 months or so later. And President Eduardo here, who welcomed me, interviewed me, and welcomed me there, he said, why don't you take the first 15 days to read some documents and look for a house? After 5 days, he asked me, did you find a house? I said, well, we are still looking. He said, okay, but we need you now to start working because we don't have time. Trade finance is waiting for us, and we need to start working. And my term was 4 years. And I was telling anybody, okay, I will do 4 years, we will start the bank, and then I'll go. And I was so immersed in the job that when I woke up, 20 years has passed. Trade finance is a virus. Once you get into it, you cannot go out. The other thing is our continent. If you start getting some passion for the continent, then you hardly sleep. There's so much to do in this place that you wake up every day, and by the time you go to bed, you have not finished what you wanted to do for the place. Maybe to come back to probably more specific events. One, I don't remember exactly that year, but we had an emergency. There was a crisis in, there was always crisis, by the way. There was a crisis in Russia, and the Ghanaian wanted to raise money, and it was urgent. So the president called me, and I was an executive vice president, not supposed to start writing credit memos. And it was late at night, and he said, this thing has to go tomorrow. So you are going to write the credit memo. You have to have it approved tomorrow by the executive committee of the board so that we can disburse the following day. And that's what happened. We spent long night preparing the document, and I never forgot that because the Ghanaian thanked us because we were relevant. So that's the most important event that I could recall. And of course, there's so many things that we've done over the years. But to answer what is more fresh in my memory today is this event.
Excellency Dordu, I heard Mr. Aliko Dangote on Sunday, and he was praising the intervention of Afreximbank in the rollout of the factory, the oil refinery. And he was talking about how this wouldn't have been possible without the intervention of Afreximbank. Now, when you think of Africa's industrialization, is this a necessary trend to go in the direction of investing, partnering, collaborating with large entities? Is this an urgency for the continent?
Collaborating with who?
So we're talking about collaborating with large industries. We're talking about industrialization being the current trend. As an example, with the oil refinery that was inaugurated not too long ago, that Aliko Dangote was referring to and thanking the intervention of Afreximbank. Is this the trend that we have to follow if we want to highlight the urgencies around Africa's economic growth?
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question, and I would like to provide some background. when I listen to my team talk about industrialization and Afreximbank intervention, it fascinates me a great deal. Let us look at a number of environmental issues that existed at takeoff of Afreximbank. First of all, the well-beaten issue of Afro-pessimism. Nobody wanted to deal with Africa. And the way Africa is discussed is that it is conceived as a self-fulfilling outcome. So we define Africa in various ways. Africa is sub-Saharan Africa. So that when you put the variables together, you will remove the North Africa that was somewhat more developed, so you get variables that are negative. If it was going to be positive, you remove South Africa. So you say, Africa, remove North Africa, remove. That is a pessimist Africa. If you're going to be positive again, you remove Nigeria. So the Africa that was left was always coming out as the pessimist Africa. Industrializing such a place with bank money, very, very difficult. Now, the kind of sentiment that comes with that to banks, and especially international banks, was negative. There was no way for intervention. So one of the sentimental issues we had to address was to conceive of a different Africa. And that was why we designed what we called Africa in Figures, that created the continental Africa as our Africa, not sub-Saharan Africa, not Africa without South Africa and Nigeria, so that you have a negative. But unfortunately, the images that come out, the sentiments that come out about Africa affects even countries other than those included in the negative Africa. So if you were going to say the investment environment for the skeletal Africa is negative, that image is transferred to Egypt, it's transferred to all of North Africa, to even South Africa. The second issue in the environment was that we started at a time of reform. African countries were persuaded to dissolve some of their old trading institutions. Remarkably, Ghana was the only one that did not jump at that recommendation. And that is one of the reasons why our first transaction was with Ghana Cocoa, a stable institution. Further, we had been saddled with images of institutions that do not last very long. The survival term of the new entities coming into trade did not exceed just about 5 years, maximum 5 years. So to intervene in such an institution with industrialization money in the environment in which we were was very, very difficult. I want to point out, it is remarkable that we have transitioned from the pessimist Africa to the continental Africa, and then I look at what Professor Rama and our team have put there, we now have a global Africa. The transition from the pessimist Africa to the continental Africa, a more optimistic Africa. Now, Professor Rama tells us that's not even the only Africa that was possible. You don't have a global Africa. And yesterday, President Obasanjo complicated the matter further. He said, not only are you going to have a global Africa, you have a universal Africa.
Yeah.
Now, who is included in continental Africa? Everybody that is in geographic Africa. We thought that was the end. Professor Rama included Africa in the diaspora and Africans in the Caribbean and elsewhere. That was now our global Africa. Yesterday, President Obasanjo told us, no, that's not enough. You now have, because all man originated in Africa. So technically, all man is African. So he says, the Africa is the universal African. With these kinds of Africas defined, our intervention, though cautious initially, because of the way we were focused, the way Africa defined itself, we got into industrialization cautiously and slowly. And it's amazing to me to see the kinds of ideas that now come out. But time was up, really, because we now had a new Africa. We now had a better image of the Africa that we have on the ground, which were probably there, but image can be sentimental. Image is something that is in the mind. So that's what I was saying.
Well, Your Excellency, I'm going to throw the concept of the universal Africa, use it as a platform, and I bring it to you, Excellency Ekra. Let's talk about the universal Africa, which, by the way, undoubtedly has some capital restraints. Do you find that there is any tension, or there could be tension, between supporting big companies, i.e. industrialization, and supporting SMEs, which are essential for the activation of the AFCFTA? And if you feel there will be some kind of tension, what could they be, and how, perhaps, can we resolve them?
I personally do think that there is a particular tension. First of all, the SMEs are and are always been in the value chain. So if you have big companies, it normally means that you have also smaller companies, because big companies usually will not do everything. So it is not mutually exclusive. That's the first thing. Africa definitely needs to industrialize. It does. For survival reasons, if at all, if anything at all, is for survival reasons. We've seen during the COVID period all kinds of nationalism arising from here and from there, which is the evidence that unless you have certain minimum of those products and so on at home, you are at risk. And life is about managing risk. So SMEs are also essential in that value chain. We need to design products so that they could be integrated, and we've done that. You know, when we launched the African Content Support Program, that was exactly the idea, to have certain local companies integrated into the value chain of those extractive industries and so on. So to really answer your question, in my view, they are not mutually exclusive. And if you can also leverage on so many sources of capital that are still untapped or not appropriately tapped in our continent, I think we can achieve a lot.
On that note, looking at the glass half full versus half empty, what would you say the bank would have to focus on in order to continue to be efficient, and effective? You mentioned COVID, especially in this post-COVID recovery era.
Well, the work, the task ahead of us is so immense, because we are starting from very, very far. And you could see the multiplicity of initiatives that are arising from the bank. Before COVID, the medical program was not what it became when we have the COVID, but we still had a medical program at the time. So the task is immense, and in various areas, you need to be innovative. You see, when people are talking about innovation, usually there is a feeling that you are talking about AI or the like. But innovation is everything. To solve any problem, you normally have to innovate. When we started our lending program, we started with what we call trade finance intermediaries, which were banks or financial institutions in the various countries, essentially to extend our reach to those places. Because from Cairo, we couldn't reach everywhere. So we needed to use those. This was an innovative thinking, using financial institutions on the ground to extend our reach. The same way, today, the Afreximbank was launching yesterday the insurance program, launched so many initiatives, is to address all those needs, and those needs are all over the place. So in my view, it will be extremely difficult to single out one particular area and say, that is where Afreximbank should be going. And Afreximbank is already going into industrialization, as you mentioned, which is key.
To that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
At the time the bank started, the process or the practice of strategic planning for organizations were becoming unpopular because of the experience of poor implementation of strategic plans. Overall, people felt so strategic plans were made so that they are just put on the shelves and organizations do whatever else they wanted. But when our team started, we thought we could do strategic plans with our intention to implement them. Under one president, we would have two strategic plans because each plan has a 5-year tenure. I had two strategic plans, the first and the second strategic plans. My brother, John Louis, had two plans, the third and the fourth. Prosorama now has the
fifth and the sixth. The fifth and the sixth.
Good. Now, what has happened is that such a planning lays out a program for each president, and implementing the plan, the team, with the leader of the team, has something that they focus on as a compass that leads them. Most of what you see itemized on the screen here was first put in a model and debated and debated and debated before it became something that is being implemented. So one of the effective ways of doing what has happened now is the process of planning and systematic, effective determine the implementation of the plans, not just to have plans. Secondly, many of the plans were then broken down into activities. Professor Rama invited us to comment on his plans. And when I saw the menu of products he had in excess of 35 products. I said, so what is this? Even if you had a restaurant and you had 35, maybe in Chinese restaurants and India, you would have 35 products. Orama is a person that would have that kind of.
I'm just going to adjust this for you.
Sorry.
Pardon.
Sorry.
We're having a little too much fun here. Okay, good.
The other thing is that I decided and I persuaded the team that each president should have, because the environment was full of problems. I think a well-known British economist was saying that it was pointless for Collier. It was pointless talking about African problems.
Just 1 moment. Stop right there for me. Can we please have somebody to fix his earpiece, please? Can I have somebody from sound to fix His Excellency's earpiece? Because this story is too juicy to lose. Very quickly, please.
Can I speak?
Yes, you can speak. We can still hear you. Go ahead while he adjusts it.
Collier was saying that it was pointless talking of African problems because the problems are everywhere. Everywhere. So, what was more interesting is to talk of African solutions. So we decided that each president will choose one of the critical areas of African problems, trade problems, to address. I chose export development. Why? Because from my former bank, I had come with the notion of export development. A good deal of what we did, each president will not finish implementing everything. He will implement something up to where he finishes and the rest will carry on. Jean-Louis chose medical tourism and one other item. We didn't know Rama was going to be president, but eventually he chose intra-African trade. But Rama was remarkable. He was self-critical. He played a major role in designing our previous plans, which had components for intra-African trade. But he turned out, he said, all the intra-African trade we've been doing prior to his time was rather superficial. And I said to him, you are criticizing yourself. He said, what we should do, we can do more. But he has succeeded in doing a lot more in intra-African trade. So that process of strategic planning, each president selecting a focus has helped. Of course, in my time, we started a small venture capital. Our board approved 30 million. Kitomari, you people approved 30 million. But we didn't implement it. We now have a fund for export development, which is a venture capital. The venture capital we started, it will continue to improve. President Ekra's medical tourism didn't finish being implemented in his time. It carried on, and it was now implemented under Orama, whose focus was really originally intra-African trade, but he had to implement any unfinished business that were coming earlier. So he implemented centers of medical excellence, which will continue to other places. In fact, yesterday he was hinting that some of the initiatives in intra-African trade will go beyond his tenure. Certainly, There are many things that are still left to be done. I think there is something that we keep hinting at. Afreximbank alone cannot industrialize Africa. You need other participants to join in industrializing Africa. They have started with industrial parks. Those industrial parks were Afreximbank led.
That's right.
I anticipate that to continue that process, down the road, maybe after Orama or later next year, they will have to sell those industrial parks. They have to corporatize it and sell it to somebody so that they go and set another one. Because a venture capital project, if you get my...
That's right, of course, yeah.
So they cannot continue to own it.
That's normal.
So they get it out. Maybe even for the centers of medical excellence. After it's been set up, Afreximbank will, as a venture, and exit it once it is running.
When you started it, then it has to be self-sustainable, and then you can use your resources for other things.
For other things.
Yes. That's. I want to just, because
go
we're
ahead,
talking about strategic plans. When you make a plan, it's a plan. It doesn't mean that everything will happen. And you find things on the road. I remember vividly that when we started our third plan, and we had planned to get long-term resources. And to get long-term resources, either you get them from other development banks, or you go to the capital market to raise money. Go to London, New York, or wherever, and you address investors, those who are prepared to give you money for 5 years and come back in 5 years and say, give me my money back. In that process, we needed to do a rating, which was a huge debate. Have someone to come and give you a rating and say, this is what you are worth. And once you've done it once, you're stuck with it because you will have to do this all the time. So we did prepare our first rating. And to prepare your first rating, you have to, of course, prepare your balance sheet and your income statement and so on. When we were ready, we wanted to go to the capital markets. Then they had the subprime. Said, no, let's wait a little bit. Subprime crisis. And then the financial crisis itself. So we went on the roadshow to present our bank. People were happy about, they were happy about the risk. But then they say, yes, but we don't lend to each other. Why do you think we should lend to Afreximbank? After Lehman Brothers collapse, Citibank started having problems. All the major banks started having. So why do you think we are going to give money to? All those you have to find good answers to that because you want to make sure you will start implementing your strategic plan. And the cost of the money that they wanted to give us was such that if you get money at 8%, to whom are you going to give it at less than 12 or 13%? And what kind of business one would do where when you raise money, your financing is at 13%, if it is not drugs or arms. So those are the kind of things that you find along the way, and you have to adapt.
You have both brought me into a space that is outside of Afreximbank, but important in terms of teaching lessons on leadership. What was required to be the kind of leader who today can sit here on the stage and celebrate 30 years? Let's talk about your individual strategies. Not the strategies for the bank, but the strategy you had to adopt as a person to ensure that the bank would one day celebrate its anniversary as we are celebrating now. Your Excellency, let's talk about your personal leadership strategy.
Thank you. One of the things that we try to cultivate is an organizational culture. And frankly, that organizational culture favored teams. Teams in a way that were somewhat decentralized, they were autonomous, so they could do things and provide results. As a matter of fact, one of the things we said initially, when we didn't have products, I challenged the team, conceive, you know what the problems are, conceive products that we could start with. One of our, I think it must be somewhere here, who came from ADV, who was a lawyer, he conceived a product, and we used it, stimulated.
He's sitting there.
Where is he?
You don't see a kid, everybody.
Oh, yeah. He's there. Yeah, I thought he wasn't there. So he considered a product, and I used to challenge the team and say, well, you have a product now. Can you, just then, there was an opportunity. We went to London, we saw what was going on in the market and so on, and structured finance came. And that opened the door for many things. Many of the products that are done today are based on the framework of structural finance. Orama came with that. Others came with other products. But the emphasis was on the team rather than individual. But we wanted to have leadership that was centered on innovation, centered on knowledge, and centered on organizational flexibility. It remains a challenge for Afreximbank today and for other organizations. How you embody leadership, how embody innovation in the organization, and I see it today. So, one of our board members, every time he saw a Citibank staff come, he said, there's a minimum standard there. Why? Because the organization had inculcated that. It was my intention that people will leave Afreximbank and anybody looking at them say, there must be a minimum standard there. So, we wanted an organization as a leader now that would have innovation, that's knowledge-driven, that will have flexibility. And we wanted also to provide a leadership that was not based on charisma. Charisma often leads in a direction that is too self-centered. So I had known from my previous bank how charisma can create problems for organizations. I thought elements of servant leadership based on knowledge, based on flexible organization, and the capacity to drive the team. Fortunately also, as our organization evolved, the notion of agile organizations came out. We used to think about the way we started. Very many of our activities were outsourced. Those are agile practices. Those are the practices of agile organizations. We didn't have a whole bunch of people providing us transport services. But we had transport services. We didn't have a whole lot of people. Indeed, at a time, until HR became critical, we had HR done by HR firm. I also wanted to have a good succession. So we wanted an assistant who knew the road. Because the bank was coming on after a long gestation period, minimum couldn't be less than about 7 years. So we could, at the time we were started, the community was already anxious for results, wanted results immediately. So you didn't want people who didn't know the road. You wanted people who hit the ground running. So when I wanted an assistant, a vice president, people asked me, how did you find him? They said, did you use some fetish? But I didn't use anything, but he just came. They also asked me that about Orama. Until yesterday, some friend was asking me, how did you find this man? Maybe if he had been a bad star, they would also ask the same, but he turned out to be remarkable. So they asked me, how did you find this man? I don't know the answer, but if I knew the answer, I would keep it so that if you want to find, you come and ask me.
So no, I just would add on the leadership that yes. Policies and procedures are key. If you are a great leader, for me, a good leader is one that can set those boundaries of do's and don'ts. If you have those and you apply them to yourself, people will understand that they are serious and you really mean it. But if you have policies and procedures and you are the first one to override them, then you are creating uncertainty among those people who are following you because they don't know where to go. So in addition to what he said, I think saying what you will do and do what you said is showing the way for good leadership.
Is key. Your Excellencies, now that you both have the gift of hindsight and you have the gift of experience, you definitely have also a gift of having a magic ball in front of you. I would like each of you to take us to, what I call the concluding part of this conversation with what the calls to action would be for Afreximbank to celebrate another 30 years. I know that if you both had the power, it'll just be literally a magic wand. But you've given us the gift of wisdom and leadership and strategic planning, and we appreciate that. But take us into the future. What would, in the world as we see it, would Afreximbank need to prioritize in order to see another successful 30 years? Your Excellency Ekra, I start off with you.
I wish I could know where not only the world, where Africa would be in the next 5 years or even 10 years. But I think the most important thing, if you want to address needs, is to really be observant of how the continent is evolving and what should be your priorities. Today, people are talking about sustainability, environmental friendly, at a time when many of our countries are now discovering oil. And you are telling them, oh, you've been looking for oil for 10 years or 20 years, but now leave it where it is. Don't use it. So again, it takes innovative ways to deal with that because Africa needs to develop. There is no doubt about it. There is no way we are going to be here just watching the others having highways, air conditioning, and they said, no, you continue to climb in the trees so that the whole world is going to be okay. So for the bank, we need to address those kind of problems. Yeah.
Your Excellency, you have the last word.
On that one, I was looking at our environment in the continent recently. Global trade is something like $32 trillion. African trade is still something like 2% of that. In our time, 30 years ago, it was no more different from that. With global trade of 32 trillion, and now 2% of that. I look at 54 African countries, and I look at the balance of trade. In the last 3 years, 45 African countries had negative balance of trade. Some, in fact, at our last meeting, a few were already on the way to on IMF programs. So the environment is still very difficult. I asked Orama, how are you going to operate in this type of environment? What I'm amazed is the business is still going on in spite of all the very difficult, very, very difficult environment. A typical traditional banker would say, give up. Because in an environment in which 45 countries are facing negative balance of trade, how are you going to do it? John Louis, my brother here, is a champion treasurer. He knows how to go and get money. But at a point, people are going to be looking at, look at your balance of trade. 45 of your countries, and in fact, apart from those 45, another 7 were already neither here nor there. My point is that problems remain.
There will always be.
Total trade as a share of global trade is still small. There is opportunity to do things, but finance remains a problem. Individual countries are in difficulty. Some are not able, are defaulting and so on. But what can help us is an adaptive Afreximbank that will continue to adapt to those situations to help them to get out. So we need an adaptive situation. We need an adaptive leader. We need an adaptive and flexible team, including the board, to help us to navigate the path.
Can we also talk about the challenge of the African free trade area?
Yes, we can do that in
one
minute.
I'm saying that will be the challenge of the bank, to how to make this a reality.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the former president, His Excellency Christopher Dordo, His Excellency Jean-Louis Ekra, who have made us understand what happened then and given us the inspiration for what's to happen tomorrow. Mark, back to you. Another round of applause for our former presidents.
Thank you, Anita. That was a walk down memory lane, and both presidents, I say thank you to both of you. Now, we've come to the final session of what has been, would you agree, 3 rather amazing days? If you agree with me, clap and let the volume of your clapping relate to how much you enjoyed the last 3 days. Now, as I ask our presidents to exit the stage, we have one final session for you. It's called Sport as a New Creative Industry Opportunity for Inclusive Growth, Insights from Professionals. And boy, are these professionals. Before I invite the moderator on, who will bring on our guests, we have 3 guests, I just want to say that we found a ring. In fact, I'm going to ask all the ladies to look down at their fingers now. Are you missing a finger? No, just kidding. Are you missing a ring? Are you missing a ring? So there's a ring that we found. It looked quite expensive, lovely ring. Could be a wedding ring, whatever. So if your fingers are missing a ring, then please go to the technical booth over there, I think, and they have it over there. And someone has lost their glasses. So we found a ring, and we've lost some glasses. So also, if you've seen glasses around, a pair of spectacles, please also hand them in over there. Without much ado, I said the final session for the final day of this annual general meetings of Afreximbank 2023 is called sport as a new creative industry opportunity for inclusive growth, insights from professionals. Wow, that's an understatement, professionals. The moderator is Miss Mujibade Shosanya, who is the, I believe, creator and the presenter of the Mujibade Show, which is going to air very, very soon, probably across Africa. I'm going to allow her to come and tell you who her amazing final panelists are. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Good evening, Your Excellencies and very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Smile. I know it has been a long day. It has been nothing short of refreshing, impactful, and enlightening for the past couple of days. And we're now down to the ultimate panel conversation, 30th anniversary and meeting. Let me start by extending a very warm congratulations to the Afreximbank under the impeccable leadership of the President and the Chairman, Professor Benedict Orama, on 30 years of significantly transforming trade in Africa. I think they deserve a round of applause. Thank you. And of course, for a successful outing so far in Accra, Ghana. It has been really interesting. I've been here and I've been refreshed, and I'm excited for the future of Africa and of the world, because whatever happens in Africa translates into the world. Like I mentioned, it's the final panel, but there's good news for you. We saved the best for the last. My name is Mujibade Shosoya, as was introduced. I'm a professional compere and a television presenter. I'm Nigerian by birth and Ghanaian by adoption, so you can call me Akosuya. I'll be excited if you do that. Thank you. I consider it a distinct honor to have been given the assignment to steer this important conversation to score the goal of the 90th minute. And I'll tell you why. But before then, I'd like to specially applaud everyone in the room. I think you deserve a round of applause, so please give yourselves a round of applause. You have stayed up until this moment. You are fantastic, and we thank you. We'll move on very quickly, and I'll be introducing my panelists. At this point, it gives me great pleasure to now make welcome our highly distinguished and eminent panelists. Please give them a warm round of applause as I introduce them, in no particular order. The first is the one and the only Didier Drogba, President of the Didier Drogba Foundation. Didier Drogba in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you. Coming up next to join him, we have a Ghanaian professional footballer. Let's make welcome one of our own, Asamoah Gyan. A round of applause.
Baby jet.
All right. Finally, to join this interesting conversation, please let's make welcome an award-winning British basketball executive and former player. He's Ghanaian, by the way. Let's make welcome Pops Mensah Bonsu. It is such an honor to do this. Let's get started.
Thank you, bro.
Once again, good evening, Your Excellencies, and very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So my first confession is that I feel so powerful right now. I mean, I'm sitting with these legends. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Just like Mark introduced, our focal point for this conversation is sport as a new creative industry opportunity for inclusive growth. And we're going to be getting insights from professionals. Now, I have an award-winning British basketball executive, Pops Mensah Bonsu. I have two top-tier A-list footballers, two most accomplished out of Africa, and I've given them a new name now. I call them FOFA. FOFA means Face of Football in Africa. I just decided that, and I've given them the name. Although, rumor has it that if Professor Orama was not a banker, he would have been a footballer. Okay, that's on a lighter note. Thank you so much, Pops, Didier, and Asamoah, for joining us on this very vital conversation. For all three of you, you have done an incredible job placing Africa on the world map. And not just that, I think one thing that is common with all three of you is that you're passionate about social change. So this conversation is putting a round peg in a round hole, and so we're just going to get started now because we do not have time. Now, without much further ado, we will get on with this striking conversation with these striking personalities. If you know, you know. Now, sports can play an extremely important role in creating jobs and positively impacting economic growth, especially in emerging markets. We're seeing the sports industry regularly partnering with other creative industries such as fashion, music, and art to bring people from different backgrounds and cultures together and ultimately creating a sense of community through inclusion and diversity. These events themselves directly impact business who position themselves to cater for the needs of sport fans and supporters in attendance, from food and beverage businesses to those creating and selling sports souvenirs and memorabilia. Now, we see the transformation that happened in Nigeria right after the creative industry was a matrix used in rebasing the country's GDP. So the creative industry is actually very critical. But what then happens is we miss out sport as a critical factor in the creative industry. So this conversation is timely, and I think it's just appropriate. So we're going to get on with it immediately. My first question will be to Mr. Didier, right? As a professional footballer, I mean, you've played in that space for a long time and at the highest level. Do you believe that sport can drive inclusive growth, especially in emerging markets?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's always a pleasure and an honor for me to be back in Accra. I really feel at home, and to be here with my brothers really makes me.
No, he's not my brother because he didn't tell me he was in my country. So
now I remove my glasses. I apologize.
Accepted.
I'm in your country now.
Apology accepted on his behalf.
I was asking him, where did he pass? Did he pass through the immigration? Because I didn't know.
Ghanaian diplomatic passport, I said.
I knew this conversation was going to get this way, but I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
No,
All right,
I really believe that the experience we had playing abroad gave us a lot of information, a lot of experiences, and we have to take it back to the continent. And regarding football, I think we need to change the way we see football. Football is not just a sport where you win or you lose, where our fans are upset because the national team didn't perform. But football is watched, by millions and millions of Africans. Everybody watched the Premier League, everybody watched the World Cup, the French League, like all different kind of leagues. But why don't we watch our own leagues? How is the Ghanaian leagues? How is the Ivorian leagues? So to bring the attraction to those leagues, we need to think different. We need to change the way we think about football. We need to make it, sport in general. I'm talking about football specifically because we've been there, but basketball I think is the same. We need to bring it to an industry. It has to become an industry. For me, the best example is the national leagues who are not competitive enough. Why? Because the players are not paid, because there's no quality of the pitch, because the managers are not so qualified, not as qualified as in Europe, for example, and all these different kind of things can generate growth and jobs. You know, when I was at Chelsea, we had 42 pitches, football pitch, 42. So the first team had four pitch, the academies and the youth, the rest of it. So there's places to play. But who maintained the pitch? The gardener. But the gardener was not working alone. He had 15 workers with him. And those workers were paid. So you create jobs. So instead of seeing our kids walking in the streets, standing there like, you know, begging for help, for food, but for help, you know, this is an opportunity also for them to come back to a proper living, you know, having a job. So there's a lot of things that can be done. There's a lot of opportunity that can be created by moving toward this direction of bringing a creative industry, sports industry.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sidi. I think you have talked about thinking differently and bringing attraction to our own sports. Thank you very much. But I'm going to ask you, Pops, right? So you've played professional basketball at the highest level. What are your own thoughts? What do you think about, you know, sports driving inclusive growth, especially in emerging markets?
Wow, well, excuse me. First, I want to say thank you to Afreximbank for putting this together, and my brother Didier and Asamoah for allowing me to join this panel. I'm a Tottenham fan by nature, but watching Didier score the penalty to win the Champions League, I was African, you know? And obviously, Asamoah, everything you've done, thank you. So, I think Didier said something very important. My parents migrated from Ghana to the UK 40, 50 years ago to seemingly provide a better opportunity of life for their kids. And now we went to the West, we're all accomplished and, you know, have our successful careers, but it's time for us now to come back. When you go to the West, yes, you pick up some of the practices, you learn some of the ways, but you don't learn it to keep it. What's the point of having knowledge and experience if you don't share it? But you're supposed to share it at home. And so for me, being one of only 3 players to ever play in the NBA from Ghana, I've always felt it was a social responsibility to come back and present myself as a symbol of success, to show these kids that somebody who came from where they came from, somebody who looks like them, can achieve something. And we're looking at 2 of the greatest symbols right here. So we have to keep creating those symbols and providing this access and opportunity. One thing that Africa has, I'll say this quote, Africa has often been about what it needs. It's time to show what Africa has. And similar to the natural resources that Africa possesses, we have one thing that the rest of the world doesn't have, and that's the human capital. You know, they often say Africa has natural talent physically, natural athletes and whatnot, but what they don't have is the infrastructure and the resources to build on that. We go to Chelsea, we go to the West and see, you know, the NBA teams and see all these resources that they have. We have to level the playing field and provide that here in Africa.
Thank you so much. Thank you, a round of applause. I love that you have said so passionately that it's time to come back home, because like we often say, the solutions to African problems lie within Africa. So the onus is on us to actually provide those solutions that we are looking for all the way out there. But thank you very much. Now I'm coming to you, Asamoah. I wasn't going to leave you out. Now, what advice will you give young people who want to use sport to positively impact their communities?
Well, I have to greet everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for having me here. Although Didier is not my friend for now, but yeah. All right. I think when we were kids, we didn't have the opportunity to play in the highest level, like talking about it, high texture of grasses and everything. We were playing on gravels, back then. And there wasn't things like academy or those things. We were playing on the street. And for now, I think this is the time, as he said, we are improving. Although there are much more room for improvement. For me, when I'm talking, sometimes I use myself as an example. Creating jobs has been one of my things because we didn't get that chance. So, fast forward, even now, I have been organizing little tournaments for these kids. We just even ended the Baby Jet Under 16 tournament that was last week. And guess what? We were feeding 1,002 children. And this takes kids off the street. Education is key, all right? Education is key. But sometimes, where are these individuals who take their kids to school? Because of that, they just sit down, the kids end up becoming illiterate. But at least, me being up there, being an idol, being a role model to these kids, why don't I take them off the street? And guess what? Thanks to DSTV, Supersport, we spoke to them, and then we gave them the exposure. Some of the games were telecast live on TV. And just watch these kids who have their parents in the village. They don't have to watch their DSTV, but when they realize their kids are playing live, sometimes they have to just travel, pay the travel like 30 minutes just to go watch their kids live on TV. And this brings positivity in the sport. I know there are a lot of questions coming, but what I want to say is sports, it's now creating impact a lot in this upcoming generation. And somebody like Didier has done a lot for Africa. When my brother has also done some, he has realized he has to come home. And your words also touches me, like it's amazing. And what I'm saying is, just watch somebody like Didier, when he organized a tournament, or I organize a tournament, and then we go for sponsors. People will say, oh, he played for Chelsea, he has a lot of money, so we're not going to support. And one person cannot do all these things. So it's about time we ask this corporate organization, whenever there is something, we are giving back to the community. They should support us so we can get that positive energy to do more, so we can take all these kids out from the street.
Absolutely. I'll let you know, when I said we saved the best for the last word, not joking, because I'm feeling the energy and the passion. I see that Didier wants to throw something in.
Yes, I really think that what he said is so important. You were talking about generate some growth. I take, for example, Brazil as an example. All the Brazilian players, they go abroad, they play, they win trophies, they win money, and what do? They say, oh, I'm tired, I'm homesick, I want to go back home and play. So they go back home and they play, but what makes it possible? What makes this return possible is the combination of football team and the private sector who gets involved to manage to pay the salary of these players. So they go back home, so they contribute to the growth and the economy of the country. And that's where we need to go. When you talk about support from the private sectors, from companies, to invest into football, I think we have to invest in sport, because sport is not only football, basketball. Sport is not only bringing joy or sadness, sport brings education. Sports bring education, values, how to live together. I was playing in a team where there were like 20 different nationalities and we had to learn how to live together. So it brings rules. You've been there, so you know how it works. You respect, you discover also new culture, and you respect the way this guy is living or this lady is living in a culture, but you have to play for a common goal. You have to succeed. But really, we can perform everywhere. I can even now practice and play again in Europe. He can do that, you can do that, but when we come back, we still need the support. It's not because we've been successful that we can do everything. We still need the support of the local companies, of the public sector, of the private sector as well to contribute to this development.
Thank you. You already kind of touched on my next question, but I like that you highlighted a few things that sports does. Is beyond playing football or basketball. I remember in 2007, you ended a 5-year civil war in Cote d'Ivoire by scoring a goal that helped Ivory Coast beat Madagascar. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. So just to touch on my next question, which you already highlighted, but I would like you to give us pragmatic steps that local businesses and the private sector can take to get involved in using sports as a tool for inclusive growth. So actual steps that it can take.
You were talking about emerging countries. I believe Africa is an emerging continent. So I take, for example, Nigeria as an example. In the 2018 World Cup, when they launched the new jersey for the World Cup, it went sold out straight away. So there's an economy there, there's a demand there, and countries like Ivory Coast, like Rwanda, has used sport as something to bring inclusion. Yeah, so I think it's the parallel can be made within sport and those countries.
I'd like to ask you, Pops, thank you, Didier. What are your own thoughts on the pragmatic steps that local businesses, private sector can, take to actually help to promote this inclusion that we are talking about?
I would say strategic and significant investment. I think, we have to speak about the elephant in the room. We're here for a reason. And for years, I've done these panels, I've sat on these stages and talked about how Africa is coming and Africa is next. Let's talk about action and execution, When it comes to PPP, I really feel like the private institutions, those are the ones that have to come together. And I've heard this term used a lot over these last few days, and it's value chain. But there's a sports value chain too. And the sports value chain can start from the grassroots, where we develop the younger generation and empower them and create a foundation for them to build on. And then they have a platform. Now we can level the playing field by providing sports medicine. You can allude to this. You went to the quarterfinals of the World Cup, and having to take a penalty is probably one of the most difficult things pretty much on the planet when it comes to sports. But did we have a sports psychologist for you in South Africa? And it's not a knock. It's about leveling the playing field.
Most of the teams, I think I would say 95% of the teams don't have psychologists in their national teams. Because when we talk about psychologists, people forget it's very, very important for us. Mm-hmm. Everybody has his problems. Just imagine what you said, the penalty miss and everything. Mm-hmm. How did I survive? The backlash. You understand?
Yes.
That's true. Yeah, but thank God that time, we had a psychologist who was with me throughout the night. Although I'm somebody who is mentally strong, but I cannot do it by myself. So what you're saying is right.
Yeah, so we have to provide these platforms to provide this younger generation access and opportunity, like I said. And then with this value chain, then comes infrastructure. Infrastructure when it comes to facilities. If you look at Rwanda, which is led from the top, they have pushed the tourism and the sports industry. The president there said he wanted to have an arena. He built it in 6 months. Now, any major sporting event, they directed towards Rwanda. You know why? Because they invested into this. So it's not only the private partnerships, but it's public too. The government buy-in, and I think our parents also, when it comes to the kids. For me, I left my parents when I was 16 to go to the US to play basketball. And I told my mother, they had never seen me play basketball, by the way. They knew I was over there in the US playing the fool or going to school, one of the two. And I called my mom on the phone and told her I was going to enter the NBA draft. She had no idea what I was talking about. She probably thought I was going into the military, But our parents, and I'm sure you guys can attest to this, they're always big on their kids going down a path of success, whether it's becoming a lawyer, a doctor, or whatnot. But when I come to them with the creative industry of playing basketball, they was like, what is this stupid game? But now that you can see what sports has done, basketball doesn't define me, but I've used it as a tool to create success, create opportunities.
Thank you. Dropping gems so casually. Thank you so much. I'm coming back to you, Pops, right?
Okay.
So this growing generation is very focused on technology. And I understand that technology is important. But how can we, or what attractive means can we use to draw their attention towards sports?
Through technology?
Any means.
Well, I say the youth. I would say the youth. The youth is the biggest and most critical part when it comes to Africa in general. Whether it's the sports, technology, banking, any sector, we have to be mindful of what's to come. By the year 2040, Africa's population will be about 2.5 billion. And half of that population will be under the age of 21. So we have to start investing, start empowering, and start pouring into the youth, because in due time, they're going to become the leaders of this continent. So we have to keep empowering them and propping them up so that they have the necessary tools to succeed.
And also, what Didier said at the beginning, when he was talking about Chelsea, talking about they had like how many pitches? 42 pitches. They had a lot of people working there, and it brings employment. Guess what? I can boldly say I was one of those guys who built an iStrotef in this country. I opened it for my school.
Hold on, we need to give you the applause. Please give him a kind of applause. Thank you.
And it was just something I wanted to do for my school because I came from the sports department. And now, I would also like to recommend the president because for now, I think he's done at least 120 AstroTurf in the country right now that people are benefiting. But guess what? We don't have to rely on this AstroTurf. We are talking about employment here. Sometimes AstroTurf is done and it takes how many months to maintain it, the maintenance and everything. We need a natural grass. That is where we started playing football. Something that we can have people working each and every day.
Maintain it.
At least to maintain the field and also to get employment.
True.
When we come to Ghana or any sports, people sometimes feel like they don't purchase their things and then they rely on the sports day. Whenever there is a sporting activity, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, they go to the stadiums to sell something. So whenever all these things happens each and every time, you see there will be a lot of employment. For example, somebody even selling groundnut in Cartier, groundnut. It feels like, hey, when there is a game, that is when everything gets finished. and he or she gets something to go home. So in sports, we can create a lot of these opportunities and also to create employment for this generation. And as he said, the youth is what we are looking at. That they are the future generation. So we have to think about them.
I absolutely agree. Thank you so much. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Now, Didier, I know that you're very vocal about criticizing the ills, especially in sports. I saw on your social media recently that you spoke about, racism. Why is this very important to you?
I think it's a subject that I don't really want to communicate on it, because for me these are things that should be behind us.
Behind us, history.
But unfortunately, in what you see in sport is the mirror of the society. And the way we live now, the world we are living in now, is full of hate, full of aggressivity. And when those people go to the stadiums, they express that. And they forget that football players and sportsmen, sportswomen are only human. And they have emotions. You were talking about a psychologist. People think because we are a sports person, we know, because we're making a lot of money, we're earning a lot of money, we cannot miss a penalty, we cannot miss a pass, we're not robots.
Humans, after all.
And when you play,
even the robots can miss it.
Your heart rate is higher than the one sitting in his sofa with a beer and drinking and deciding, score. That's passion. That's passion. And we have the same passion. We as sad as the fans when we lose a game, when we miss an opportunity, but come on, when you see the recent stories about Vinicius, about Lukaku, have faced racism, but everybody has his own way of fighting it. For me, when I hear all this noise, first I think they're so stupid. they're so stupid. That's one. And second, I'm gonna leave the pitch with them clapping me the same way you were clapping me now. So I have to score goals. So they respect me. Even if they don't like me, they have to respect me. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm so proud of my color. I'm so proud of where I'm from, that everywhere I've been, when I moved to England, obviously I love my music, but I came to a dressing room, I see everybody sitting like this. I need movement, I need passion, I came, I put some music and I start dancing, they look at me like this. Who's this guy from Africa? But 2 weeks later, when I scored a goal and I was celebrating, John Terry, Good Johnson, everybody was celebrating behind me because they started learning about my culture and my country. And this is what sports is about, is bringing people together and not,
Mo,
Yes,
you mind
please.
if I piggyback off of that?
Absolutely.
Didier made a great point. And, sadly, being black or African players, we've been exposed to racism. But the great thing about sports is it brings people together. So you see Didier playing for Chelsea, or you see Asamoah playing in the Premiership too, but the fans, they put them on a pedestal. They love them. They see them. But then as soon as something negative happens, they go back to being the black player.
Yeah.
That's why we have to have our own leagues at home. So they don't have to, because in Ghana, in Africa, it's the one place I don't have to be black. I'm home. So that's why we have to continually create stuff so that those players like the Balotellis or the Vinicius Juniors or or Lukaku's, they can come home. They can come home and play and feel comfortable because I know the Asante Kotoko, they're going to be supporting me,
No, so yeah, he was talking about bringing people together. It's so obvious in this world. When you watch the World Cup, you could see Ghana playing against any country at all. And then prior to the game, sometimes behind the scene, you see them moving to the stadium. Everything is so beautiful. You see all these things, and all in the name of sports. This is the time we have to come together. It comes back to this program, what we are discussing here. Just imagine if I'm supposed to be paid $30,000 in Europe, and I'm paid $30,000 in Ghana. Do you think I will go there?
We're taking notes. We're taking notes.
I'll definitely eat my fufu and my...
Proudly.
And then katenkwine and everything. You understand? We just there. Sometimes people are sometimes hypocrites. We go there because we want to exhibit our talent. But secondly, we are professional football players. And when we talk about our profession, even a doctor, your profession is what you get paid in what you do. We get paid in football, and that is why we are called professional football players. We live in this. So why don't we create something in Africa? Now we are opening the way for this new generation, and we have to find a way to make sure this generation can benefit a lot in whatever they choose to do. Because it's very, very important. It's so sad. Sometimes a Premier League club in this country, earns 500 Ghana cedis a month. A professional football player. Just convert it to so-called foreign currency and see. Is it like $30 or $20? Less in a month. When a team from India or anywhere who statistically, sorry to say, no disrespect to them, we all know statistically maybe their football level is very down. If a team offers him just $1,000,
He'll move.
the player will go. You understand? So this is where it comes to this program. Infrastructure,
remuneration,
everything, so forth and so forth. This is what we need. And I'm sure we have the capacity to do it. This is where we should support ourselves. I chose to organize under 16 tournament. Why don't you support me? Do you know where these kids are going to be in future? We are giving back. So why don't we need your support. Why don't you support us to do it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give him a round of applause. I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation. We'll wrap up very shortly, and we can take only 2 questions from the audience if there are any at all. All right, so this is for you, Pops. When we talk about the creative industry categorically, most people don't recognize sport as such. Why do you think that is, and how can the narrative be changed?
Well, I think first, yes, you're correct in changing the narrative, but there's acceptance. The acceptance too, I think, from the top down, like I said, my parents too, or our parents. When it comes to acceptance, when it comes sports in general, we can't heavily depend on government funding. Any country that fully depends on the government to fund the sports struggles. You know why? Because there's healthcare, there's education, there's infrastructure that are all
competing for the same.
Not even competing, that should be priorities. Obviously, those things should come first and foremost. But now, we change the narrative to seeing sports as an economic driver, as a viable economic option. Like Didier said, the Nigerian jersey. When Asamoah and Ghana went to the quarterfinals, you know how many people I saw in the US wearing that Ghana jersey? So it creates economic growth. It can impact the GDP. But that investment has to come from the top down, but as well as private partnership too. So we also have to make sure that we're inclusive in that sense by working together.
Okay. So one final question for you before we take it to the audience, because I see that people are eager to ask questions. For you, Pops, would you categorize sport as part of the high-growth sector of the world economy?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so. I'll give you one example. In China, there are more NBA fans in the country of China than there are people in the United States.
Oh, wow.
Wow. More NBA fans in the country of China than there are people in the United States. That's why the NBA is fully vested in making basketball global sport. Why do you think the Basketball Africa League is here? I don't think they're doing it just to empower the soil. They're doing it because we have the talent. The last few MVPs, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Joel Embiid this year, they're African players. And the world is taking notice to that. But we have to also take notice and pour into it too. Otherwise, what happened 400 years ago is going to happen again.
Thank you so much, Pops, for that articulate answer. So we'll take questions from the audience now. Oh, wow, so many hands up.
Yeah, lots of questions, yeah. But actually, I was speaking to the new chairman of the Nigerian Exchange right here. He's Alhaji Umaru Kwairanga. And as he was listening, you know, he's saying, well, sports is a commodity, right? It's something to be traded and something to raise funds. So he has an intervention or a question, but please make it short because there are so many hands.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mark. My name is Umaru Kwairanga, the chairman of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and Chelsea fan for life. I'm elated that I'm in the presence of our African legends, especially Chelsea legend. You people are not only African legends, we are world legends.
Thank you.
And I want to use this opportunity with this platform being given by the Afreximbank to assure you that we in Nigeria, the way that you have mentioned all this, and most of the African continent, we are ready to support you as the way you have said. I believe the Nigerian Stock Exchange will have over 250 companies quoted with a 32 trillion market capitalization. We have a lot of stockbrokers here. We have a former DG of SEC here. You'll be rest assured, once we are going to package something that will have a value addition, we are going to have the platform to sell it to most of the companies that are there, and we can work with you, the DDR, the Asoma, the Okocha, the Amokachi, the Kadus of this world. Lastly, my own question is to you, the legends. How can we bridge the gap between the seeming success of our junior national teams in the African continent and the performance of those senior national teams when the junior teams have graduated to that level, especially at the World Cup level?
Say that again.
How can we bridge the gap between the success of our junior national teams, either in Nigeria, Ghana, or Cote d'Ivoire? They are doing well at the 17, under 20. But by the time they graduated to the national team, especially at the World Cup level, we are not doing well. How can that be bridged, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then he scored the goal.
Passionate conversation.
Listen,
so passionate.
Okay, write that question down.
Okay.
I will take two more.
Okay.
This is how we'll do this quickly.
Sure.
Remember it and then ask it again. I'm going to go over to Kanayo Awani.
Okay.
No? Yes? Okay. Okay.
There's
Ladies,
a beautiful
no.
lady over
ladies.
there, please.
I was told
A little
ladies.
bit of sense,
Ladies,
man.
ladies. Okay. Are you a lady? No?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Good afternoon or evening. My name is Palisa Ryan. I work for the Development Bank of Southern Africa, looking after social infrastructure projects across the continent. I was very enheartened by what the gentleman had to say in terms of the role that sport plays. And my question to you is, we are funders, right? So we need to get our money back. What role do you see us playing in terms of being able to come to the party? Because we appreciate the role that sports plays in terms of unifying people. South Africa is one of the most unequal countries in the world and the most racist. But when it's rugby and it's soccer and it's cricket, we come together. When you miss that penalty, most of us decided we are not going to South America ever, you know. So yes, so what role do you see DFIs playing in terms of creating a culture where sport can be seen as equal as energy projects and road projects? Thank you. DFIs, yeah.
Let's talk to one. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Temwa Gondwe. I'm from Afreximbank, working specifically on the Creative Africa Nexus program. My intervention, yes, I can answer that question. So part of our offering under CANEX, the Creative Africa Nexus, includes sports. And many of the challenges that have been expressed by distinguished panelists are some of the things that drove us to include sports in CANEX, because you do have financing challenges. Financing the infrastructure in terms of sports, but also the soft infrastructure on the continent. You have challenges related to policy advocacy. We need to have systems on the continent where we are harmonized in terms of how we're dealing with talent, and we're engaging AU institutions on that. We have partnerships around capacity building, for example, with the Basketball Africa League and POPs. We had that conversation in Kigali, where we're looking at talent management. You have the talent, but who's representing that talent? Who's negotiating the contracts and so on, so that they don't go to India and end up on a $1,000, yeah. So just to invite you to the Inter-African Trade Fair, where we have a CANEX program between 9 to 15 November in Cairo, Egypt. Didier will be there. Exactly. Thank you.
Asamoah will be there as well. We'll all be there. We'll all be there.
And I will be there
yes.
as well, too.
And you will be center stage, my friend. Okay. It's not right for me to. It's democratic for me to move over to the other side of the room, right? So I'm going to come up here. Wow, the choices. This. I think there was a lady up here that caught my eye. Right.
You walked past her,
right here. I'm sorry. This lady, because she's her trousers are more interesting than yours. Sorry.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ofebia Ramatu, president of Rama Visions. Rama Visions calls for women in sports who do not get support. So my question is, what are we doing to support the women in sports? I'm seeing the panel there, but I'm not seeing any woman there. What are you doing to support us? Thank you.
That's a very, very, very good question. They're all good questions. And back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. You know, I love that last question, and for obvious reasons.
Can we answer that?
Oh, yes, please. I'm female, so that's a very touchy conversation. So what are we doing to support women in sport? Who's taking this?
Oh, they both looked at me, so.
And I'm looking at you as well.
No, because you say, can you answer?
Women in sports.
But anyone, I mean, you can all chip in.
It's true. The question she asked, you know, is the 100% truth. Because sometimes I sit back and then I watch, what are we doing for the women? You know, sometimes they end up discouraged, and then they stop it.
Quit, yeah.
If one of them could remember, I remember I was with the national team, the women football team were playing, and guess what? Sanitary pads was a problem. I was touched. I had to even donate, was it $10,000 to the captain to buy all these things for the people. And this is coming from an individual. When you talk about women football, for example, just let a lady go to a company and say, there is a women athletics. Nobody will mind her because they feel like maybe they will be thinking about their products. They'll say, okay, people don't go to the stadiums, so why do you think we should support you? And all these things, they end up getting demoralized and then discouraged, and then they go, listen, when we support these sports, not talking about football, even personally, I'm even a boxing promoter. As a professional football player. Why? Because I want to help develop the sport. And sometimes it comes back again to this program. Because we are football players, we are legends, we are icons. When we go ourselves and they see us, sometimes we get the support we want. But when we send our team, nope. Nobody gets the support. Unless maybe 90% comes from our own pocket. and then 10% comes from the companies, which is, I think, it's a bit bad. And talking about the women, I think this is the time we need to support them. And we shouldn't discriminate. Let's support them, because there will be other kids coming up who wants to be a sprinter, who wants to be a footballer. Sometimes you have a lot of sports activities here, or sports personalities who are growing up. Maybe they are 12 years. They see what is going on. They'll be like, okay, then I'll go to another country. I'll go to another country because I'll get more money there. And then we end up going to Olympic Games, and then we come back with 0 medal. So this is the time we need to support all the sports, not talking about only football, all the sports. I think my colleagues can chip in something. I don't know.
Pops.
I mean, I can only speak to what I'm doing. I did my first camp in 2019 in Abosu Okai, not too far from here. And it was supposed to be for 100 kids. Over the course of 2 days, 400 players showed up. Wow. And thank you. And as great as that was to see, that was alarming. It was alarming because there was no infrastructure and resources. And I remember going to this young lady and asking her when she fell in love with basketball. She said, today.
Whoa.
You know? And thank you. And all of the endeavors, we now have 1,000 kids under our academy here in Ghana. And it doesn't work. Like, we don't do anything, we don't move forward with anything if there isn't an equal or an excessive amount of women or young ladies involved in this. Because, like Didier said, sports does more than just allow you to play a game, especially team sports. There's confidence that it exudes. There's the teamwork that you have to build. And most importantly, the leadership qualities that once lay dormant in people, especially young women, because we know everybody's not going to make it to the NBA. But if we provide the different avenues and pathways like media, broadcasting, operations, showing them that there's other avenues of success, we're going to be able to empower them to want to pursue these dreams. But we have to continue to provide that platform for the young ladies too.
Thank you. Didier, do you want to chip in anything?
Yeah, there's many things I would love to talk about regarding women in sports. But I'm going to focus just on one example. Just to say that I agree with you, and as an ambassador for the FIFA Women's World Cup, it is a good platform, a good moment for me to speak about that. The TV broadcast, so the next World Cup is in Australia and New Zealand, Women's World Cup. So in July, this next July. And the TV broadcast they've decided to pay, I think 1 or 2%, I don't remember the numbers of what they should pay to broadcast the games. And in the last World Cup in 2019 in France, I think the numbers were multiplied by I think 50 or hundreds. So there's a big difference just because it's in a country that is not so-called a football country, but if it was a men's World Cup, it would have been different. So I think I speak about that because I'm one of the ambassadors, and I've seen the evolution of women's football and women in sport, how sports empowered women, and it's so beautiful to see. I'm talking about football. When I watched the World Cup, I was amazed to see the talents, and trust me, some of them could even play in the best Chelsea at the time. Because they have quality. So we're not looking at she's a female. No, we're looking at the quality, and the way and the facility for them to understand the exercise, to understand the game, to read the game, and they learn quick. I believe they learn quicker than some of my fellow teammates it's a reality, and I think you have to give them respect for that, because not only because they are good and they know how to play, how to perform, but because they have different fights than we have. What you mentioned is a reality for them. So rather than discriminate again, I think sport is a platform, is an inclusive platform, and everybody is welcome, and we are here, I'm here, and we are here to support women's sports, women in sports. So
Thank you so much again for being an ambassador. You are he for she on this platform. Thank you. All right, the chairman of NSC had asked about how to bridge the gap between the seemingly overachieving and that question was a bit, if you can please repeat the question. Okay, all right.
I'll repeat the question. I'll repeat the question.
From under 17 to...
Microphone, yes, I'll repeat the question. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, when I was a child, I saw the under-17 Nigeria football team, in Nwankwo Kanu, all those guys go around the world and play the most amazing football you've ever seen, win the World Cup, win all sorts of different things. We see African teams dominating when you're 17, when you're 21, and then something happens when we get to the adult level, and you're like, what happened between when I saw those 17-year-old World Cup winners and when we go to the World Cup as adults? And he's saying, how can you bridge the gap? Something's happening, what's going on, and how can we fix it? I think that was your question, right? Okay, and he's clapping for me.
Well, there's many ways to answer this question. The first one is you cannot always win, so you have to learn from your mistakes. Second one, we need to focus more on the youth programs and to educate the educators. Sometimes everybody is thinking about educate the kids, teach the kids, but we have to teach the teachers. They need to know that sports is moving, so they need to get the knowledge, at the same time as sports is moving. So you cannot think that what you've been doing for the past 20, 30 years will still work 15 years later.
So it has to
You
evolve.
know what I mean? That's very important. I've seen some national teams go to the World Cup and have the same organization than 20 years ago. And you expect us to win a competition like the World Cup? The last World Cup, none of our teams, the World Cup in Russia, none of our teams qualified from the group stages. Why? Because now I'm going very specific, we were playing the same way we used to play in the AFCON 92. Striker is there in Accra, and the goalkeeper is in Abidjan. So big stage, big gaps between the lines, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you cannot win like that. When you see European teams, sharp, compact, and they move everywhere, it feels like they have 20 players on the field. So these are small details, but that makes the difference at high level. Junior level is okay, you're allowed to make mistakes, but when you reach the top, like the senior, there's no room for mistakes. Like one mistake, you pay it straight away. So this is where we have to improve, and also to make sure that when our senior teams are preparing a competition, like the World Cup, we are always playing maybe one game against a South American team, one friendly game against a South American team, or one game against a European team, and the rest of the games, we play Ghana or Ivory Coast or Togo. But when you want to win a World Cup, you have to play against the best teams in the world. You will lose one game, 2 games, 3 games. The 4th game, you will draw. And you'll be like, oh, I've learned something. And then maybe the 10th game or the 20th, you will win the World Cup. But you have to prepare for that. You have to prepare and understand that it's a long way. It's a long way. We Africans, we like things to to come now. We need to win now. We won't think about tomorrow. We want now. But it doesn't happen like that.
Thank you very much. Anyone wants to add to it? He's good?
I think Didier said it all, but I just want to chip in something. Sometimes we need to limit our expectation and have a plan, a development plan. As he said in the closing stages of his speech, he was like, the first time Ghana qualified to the World Cup, everybody said we are going to win it.
Like us.
And sometimes we have to face the reality. I was part of the group. I was happy. That was my first time going to a World Cup. And when you have that pressure at home, even ourselves, even the fans are involved. Everybody is involved. We need to have a strategic plan. Like, hey, in 10 years, we are winning the World Cup. Limit the expectations. And then we see in 10 years. Yeah. So...
And even if it happens before 10 years, then it's great because
that is when you can criticize well.
Yes.
We have a great example. I'm sorry, you have a great example with Morocco. Morocco has invested in the local league. They put a lot of money in infrastructures, players' salaries, women football. You know, so now they're qualifying for the World Cup. The Moroccan women are qualifying for the World Cup. And the first team, a lot of these players that they've helped to grow in the Moroccan league went to big leagues. Hakimi in Paris Saint-Germain, before that in Inter Milan, Ziyech in Chelsea, and all those players went there to get experience. That's what helped them to go to the big stage and perform and finish in the semi-final.
Thank you. I think this has been an absolutely interesting conversation, but we must...
Could I piggyback off of what both of them said? And if you look at soil, especially in Africa, it's naturally rich and it's naturally pure, but to allow it to blossom into something special or to bear the fruit that you want, you have to cultivate it, you have to grow it. So in the under-17s, even Ghana a few years ago, we might have had one of the best teams in the world in the under-17s category. But a lot of that is the natural talent that we possess. But we have to continue to cultivate that talent, like Asamoah has said. Create a 10-year plan. Create a 10-year plan and say, okay, this group that's in the under-17s, by the time they reach 25, 26, we would have put things in place. And by the time they get to a certain age, they would have grown together and developed.
Thank
so
you.
we have to
Didier
continue to cultivate them.
Okay.
Didier wants the last
just give
word.
us 2 minutes and we'll be done.
It's important. What I'm going to say is very important. I'm talking about Ivory Coast, but it's the same example for all our... It's the same everywhere.
Don't worry, you can talk.
We hire a coach, national team coach. We win all the qualifying games for the World Cup or for the African Cup of Nations. We win all the games. We go to the African Cup of Nations and we lose in quarterfinal. The next day or the next hour, the manager is out.
Wow.
and we hire a new manager.
With no succession or anything,
So,
no plan.
This guy is coming and he knows that, for example, in Ivory Coast national team, you got Yaya Touré, Kolo Touré, Salomon Kadou, Zokora, Drogba. He's watching the Premier League every weekend. He's not going to think much. He's going to play the same team. Otherwise, for him, it's easy to put the same team. You know? And we go like that, same circle. 2 years later, he's out. You don't build nothing hiring like new managers. Give them time. Look at Didier Deschamps. He's been with the French national team for, I think, 8 years, 9 years.
Almost a decade, yeah.
Almost a decade. That's how you win the World Cup. And you won the World Cup. He lost the Euro in 2016 in France. Can you imagine if this happens in Ivory Coast or in Ghana?
And we wish we had 8 or...
You lose a big continental competition at home. But they kept him as the manager because 2 years later there was the World Cup. And guess what happened? He won the World Cup because he learned from his mistakes.
Very good point.
give time to those people who want to work.
We're going to have to wrap it up, though, here. Can I ask all of you to stand, and this wonderful moderator, can you stand up? I wish I had a football now. We could have just... Yeah, so come, where's our photographer? Sleeping? Awake? Is the photographer asleep?
Before the photograph, can we please give a befitting round of applause to my distinguished, amazing panelists? I did say that we kept the best for the last, and this was the best. Okay.
I told you I needed some 2 minutes of your time, right? My colleague has retired, right? He retired from football.
If I remember well.
Retired, yeah. And there is this thing, I just want to ask you, when you saw the ending part of your career, how did you do it?
I think everybody should sit down and listen.
All right, so Mark,
just 5 minutes.
Just a few minutes. Easy.
I'm sorry, but this is maybe the only time where we're gonna be able to speak about that. I mean, I've played so many games, won so many trophies, but then when your career is about to end, it is very difficult because one day you stop waking up to go to training. Nobody's there to clean your boots.
Yeah.
Nobody's there to bring your bags to the game. There's no manager behind you. Hey, come on, you need to perform. So this is where, and nobody teaches you life after sport. Nobody. So you're on your own. And if you're not strong here, and if you're not smart enough like those people, you go down.
And
so this is an important question, and really
just
go on.
Just be there. And it's been echoing in my mind for the past a year and a half. Sometimes people see me and they're like, "Have you retired?" I was like, "Nope." I still think I have something to offer, but I've been contemplating on it, and I think I'll use this platform officially to tell everybody it's time.
No.
Hold on.
What?
Hold on.
What?
Are you?
Wait. What I'm hearing.
Is he saying that he's coming for the African Cup of Nations in Ivory Coast? Then I'm coming out of retirement as well.
It's time to tell everybody I've officially retired from football.
Oh!
And very, very emotional, as he said. It's a very, very difficult moment. It's something that you love, something that you've
it's our dream.
Done since your childhood, and then living it at this moment. And I'm very happy. I'm very happy to use this platform. And it's official right now. All the journalists, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, those were your legends, and that was the final panel of the final day of this amazing conference. Amazing conference, amazing moments. I want to thank all of you. And you've inspired millions, ladies and gentlemen. Now,
We'll take a group photograph. Thank you, man. I'm sorry, the conference isn't over yet. We're closing the ultimate panel, but Mark will take over the conference. But thank you.
I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, so I'm here.
Mon grand frère.
okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to let them go now because I know that Okay.
All right, please do not come up stage. We'll...
I would definitely give you a call. Is it on WhatsApp?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. He's the reason I'm here. Yeah.
D'accord, à tout à l'heure.
Yes.
Okay, as they exit the stage, I just have to say that that concludes the conference for 2023. All that's left is for me to invite the Afreximbank creative team to the stage to take some photos. Kanayo, you're already there. You'll lead them to take some photos. There's been a lot of work that has been put in to make this this a reality. On behalf of everybody, I want to thank the technical team who've done a superb job. The interpreters who you never see but you hear, they were wonderful. It's a hard job. I want to say thank you to them. The organizers, Brandcom, led by Terhaz, Bronwyn Nielsen, who's been a dynamo, constantly never sat down for 3 days solid. Kate, Kim, and the rest of the team, thank you very much. I'm Mark Edo. It's been an absolute pleasure to be your traffic warden yet again. Good night. Can I have some security, please? As I asked earlier, please, can I have the security guards to guide our guests off the stage? I did ask for that, but it wasn't. I need at least 2, please. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to get off the stage. I want to make one housekeeping rule. Do not take the interpretation headphones and sets. They're absolutely useless, right? So please don't forget and have them in your pocket. They need them back, so leave them on the chairs, please. Please do not take the black headsets home or don't take them out of the room. Thank you very much.
It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
Africa's premier trade and investment event, IATF 2023 is expected to attract over 1,600 exhibitors from more than 75 exhibiting countries and over 35,000 attendees, and is expected to generate up to $43 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2023 will once again consist of a trade exhibition where countries, large corporates, as well as small and medium enterprises, SMEs, can set up pavilions and exhibition stands which will enable them to customize their exhibition to fit their unique requirements. This offers private and public entities opportunities to showcase their goods and services. Trade and Investment Forum, the 4-day conference, will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment issues. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA and will also include training workshops covering exporting, standards and marketing. Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, will showcase Africa's creative economy in fashion, music, film, art and craft and sport. The CANEX program will include a Creative Africa Summit and dedicated creative industry exhibition, a B2B and B2G platform. The platform will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. Country Days has sponsorship opportunities and is open to 4 countries. It presents a platform for the 4 selected countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. IATF Virtual. This platform showcases goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The IATF Virtual is currently live and will continue even after the physical trade fair has ended. The Africa Automotive Show will present a platform for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers and suppliers. It consists of an auto forum, auto show, and B2B and B2G exchanges. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa where they will showcase their innovative ideas, prototypes, goods, and services. The IATF will provide opportunities for matchmaking with venture capitalists, entrepreneurship training, networking among the youth and other delegates at the trade fair. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over $3.5 trillion created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and our premium partners invite you to join us at IATF 2023, Intra-African Trade Fair, connecting African markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Позвольте мне еще раз вас сердечно поприветствовать. Это действительно первая встреча такого масштаба. Здесь собрались представители всех 54 африканских государств и ведущих региональных организаций. Большое вам спасибо. До встречи.